You've been lied to about strength. They told you it comes from pushing harder, from proving yourself, from showing the world you're tougher than the rest. But if that were true, why do so many people who look strong on the outside still feel weak inside? Why do you still wake up tired, foggy, weighed down by thoughts that never seem to stop? The truth is, real strength doesn't come from forcing or pretending. It comes from clarity, from peace of mind, from building a foundation within that no storm can shake. And for centuries, the Stoics Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus have held the keys, not through chasing comfort, but through discipline, not through noise, but through silence. The kind of wisdom that makes you calm when chaos rises, clear when life feels heavy, and powerful in ways that no one can take away. Tonight, as you listen, your mind will begin to settle. The restless thoughts will soften. The weight on your shoulders will loosen. You'll feel the fog lifting, your breath slowing, your body letting go. And when the morning light touches your face, you won't just wake up. You'll rise, sharper, lighter, stronger, clearer. This is not just 4 hours of words to fall asleep to. This is training for your soul, a night of transformation, a rebirth into strength and clarity. Are you ready? Let's begin. The night grows quiet, and the noise of the world begins to fade. Yet the mind still circles the same questions. You know the feeling, a weight that doesn't leave even when the lights go out, thoughts that follow you under the sheets. There is a reason why so many wake up tired even after hours of rest. The body sleeps, but the mind does not. Stoic practice offers a way through this, an ancient exercise that transforms rest into strength. It is not about escaping what you fear, but about facing it before it arrives, so that sleep itself becomes preparation for the dawn. Negative visualization may sound dark at first, but its roots are not despair. They are freedom. The Stoics taught that the worst suffering comes not from events themselves, but from surprise. Pain is sharper when it catches us unprepared. Loss is heavier when we thought it impossible. Failure feels crushing when we believed we were immune to it. To cut this chain, they rehearsed in their minds the very things most people avoid. They ask themselves, what if health fades? What if wealth disappears? What if tomorrow brings insult, rejection, or even death? Instead of being broken by the thought, they became stronger. By looking at what could be lost, they learned to treasure what was still present. By rehearsing hardship in the safety of thought, they trained the soul for life storms. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself that each morning he would likely meet the ungrateful, the arrogant, the deceitful. He did not write this to feel bitter, but to meet such people without surprise. When tomorrow came and someone insulted him, he was already ready. Seneca reminded his students to picture losing their possessions, not so they would despair, but so they would stop clinging. In doing so, every day they kept their wealth felt like a gift. Epictetus went further. When you kiss your child goodnight, he said, remind yourself that they are mortal, that they are on loan from nature. The point was not to love less, but to love more fiercely, more fully, knowing that time is uncertain. Psychology today echoes this. Research shows that people who mentally rehearse setbacks suffer less when those setbacks arrive. The brain, after all, does not perfectly separate what is vividly imagined from what is real. When you calmly walk through adversity in your thoughts, the nervous system responds as if it has already faced it. The shock is softened, the reaction less wild. Athletes use this when they rehearse victory or failure before stepping onto the field. Surgeons use it before high-risk operations. The Stoics used it for life itself. Before sleep, the practice becomes even more powerful. This is the moment when the subconscious is most impressionable, when the mind begins to process the day and prepare for tomorrow. If you feed it fantasies of endless comfort, reality will feel cruel. But if you guide it with calm, reflection on loss and difficulty, then when dawn comes, you rise steady, not shaken. The practice is simple, yet its effects are profound. Begin by lying still. Let the day settle. Then gently bring to mind one challenge that could appear tomorrow. Not a vague dread, but something specific. Perhaps a colleague's criticism, a financial setback, or a moment of loneliness. Look at it without running. Ask yourself, what if this happens? What would it mean? Would it truly destroy me? Or would I still breathe, still think, still act with dignity? The first few times the heart may resist, but with repetition, the fear loses its claws. This is not dwelling. Dwelling is obsessive, anxious replay. Visualization is controlled, deliberate rehearsal. It is the difference between drowning in a wave and learning to surf it. You expose yourself just enough to adapt. The more you practice, the less the unknown terrifies you. You sleep more deeply because you are not clinging to a fragile dream of perfection. You rest, knowing that even if tomorrow brings hardship, you have already walked through it. Another layer of the practice is gratitude. Nietzsche said that by contemplating loss, we learn to value what we still have. Think of the warmth of your bed, the presence of loved ones, the simple gift of breath. By picturing their absence, their presence feels brighter. Life becomes more vivid, not less, when you see its fragility. Many people pass through their days, numb, blind to the gifts surrounding them. Negative visualization reawakens sight. It reminds you that nothing is owed, everything is borrowed, and that makes every moment precious. It also reshapes your relationship with control. Most of human anxiety comes from trying to dominate what cannot be dominated. Other people's actions, fate, the future. Negative visualization draws a clear line. You ask, if I lose this or that, what remains under my power? The Stoics remind us that our judgments, choices, and actions always remain ours. Fortune may take wealth, reputation, even life itself, but it cannot take your ability to respond with courage or kindness. By rehearsing loss, you discover what is truly yours. That discovery is liberating. There is another benefit, compassion. When you picture hardship before it comes, you recognize it in others more easily. You realize that everyone you meet is fragile, carrying their own fears of loss and failure. This softens the heart. You become less quick to judge, less harsh in your anger. Instead, you carry an inner patience born from understanding that life tests us all. Negative visualization, far from making you cold, makes you humane. This practice also cuts down the endless craving for more. Much of life's suffering comes not from what happens, but from endless wanting. People chase more wealth, more praise, more comfort, believing happiness lies there. But when you picture losing what you already have, the chase slows. You realize the sweetness of what is present. The hunger eases. A person who has rehearsed loss can enjoy a simple meal more than a billionaire who fears losing his fortune. As you repeat this nightly, the results accumulate. At first, it may feel uncomfortable, even unnatural. The mind wants to run from thoughts of loss, but slowly the resistance fades. The practice becomes a form of cleansing. Each night you face the possibility of pain, and each night you discover that your inner self remains. That discovery builds an unshakable confidence. Life can change in any way, and you will still rise. Over time, sleep itself deepens. The restless tossing of a mind caught in denial is replaced by the calm heaviness of acceptance. Instead of bracing against the future, you are ready for it. The subconscious, trained by nightly rehearsal, works differently. Dreams lose their frantic edge. Morning arrives not as a threat, but as a continuation of your training. You rise already prepared, already steady. This strength carries into every part of life. When others panic at misfortune, you remain calm. When insult comes, you are not surprised. When plans collapse, you bend, but do not break. People may even wonder at your steadiness. They may call it coldness, but it is not. It is peace. It is the quiet power of one who has faced every storm in thought, and therefore fears no storm in reality. In this way, negative visualization before sleep is not just preparation for tomorrow. It is preparation for life. It teaches the mind to let go of false security, to value what is real, to meet hardship with dignity, to live fully in the time that remains. Far from being morbid, it is the path to joy. The joy of knowing that nothing is owed, everything is given, and every moment can be lived with strength and clarity. And so, as the night closes in and you settle under the weight of stillness, This practice becomes your silent companion. You walk through shadows, not to frighten yourself, but to free yourself. You close your eyes not to escape, but to prepare. And when the morning comes, you do not stumble into the day. You rise with calm, with clarity, with strength that cannot be taken. This is the gift of the Stoic exercise. This is the power of training the mind in darkness, so that the light of dawn finds you ready. The night's preparation leaves the soul lighter, cleansed of illusions, steadied by the rehearsal of loss. From that quiet training in darkness, the next step unfolds naturally, the meeting with the first light of day. It is here that the Stoics taught another lesson, one as humbling as it is empowering. The rising sun is not only a signal to rise from bed, it is a living reminder that nothing lasts, that every day offered to us is a gift returned by nature, never guaranteed. To treat sunrise as routine is to sleepwalk through existence. To meet it with awareness is to step into wisdom. The first rays carry a silent truth. This light has touched countless generations before, and one day it will shine when you are no longer here. To stand before it is to confront impermanence. Far from despair, this recognition sharpens appreciation. Mortality becomes the teacher of gratitude, and gratitude becomes the doorway to strength. Marcus Aurelius often wrote of the morning as a call to rise to duty, but behind those words lies a deeper truth. Every dawn is also a reminder that life is slipping, that each day is borrowed, that time is the most precious possession. To wake and not reflect on this is to waste what cannot be regained. When you allow the morning light to enter your awareness fully, a shift occurs. The sun does not rise to entertain. It rises to remind. Its constancy teaches that life is ordered and yet fleeting. It marks both continuity and change. You see the same sun as yesterday, yet the day it announces is different, never to return again. This paradox is at the heart of Stoic thought. Permanence and impermanence interwoven. By meditating on this, you learn to hold the world without clinging, to love without demanding, to work without attachment to outcomes. Modern research into circadian rhythms confirms what Stoics sensed without science. Exposure to dawn's light stabilizes mood, resets biological clocks, reduces anxiety. But for the Stoic, the benefit is not only physical, it is moral and spiritual. To rise with the sun is to align yourself with the rhythm of the cosmos. It is to accept that you are not the center of the world, but a part of its order. This humility dissolves self-importance. You become more patient with others, less consumed by petty irritations, more aware that your existence is short and should not be wasted on trivial complaints. Consider the practice on waking instead of rushing to tasks. Pause and look at the light. Not through distraction, not through glass while scrolling through your phone, but with full attention. Let the thought come. This light falls also on graves, on ruins, on forgotten names. It falls on the living and the dying. It reminds you that you belong to this cycle. You are not outside of it. You are inside it. This awareness transforms urgency into focus. You stop wasting time on what does not matter because you see how little time there is. Seneca wrote that life is long if you know how to use it. The morning is the perfect reminder. At dawn, the mind is fresh, the body renewed, and the soul has a chance to choose its direction. The awareness of mortality makes this choice sharp. Without it, the hours slip into distractions and resentment. With it, each hour becomes intentional. The sunrise tells you you will not live forever, but you live now. That is enough to do what matters. This practice also brings renewal. The same sun that tells you life is fragile also shows you that life renews itself. Yesterday's failures are gone. Yesterday's grief has passed into memory. The light does not ask what mistakes you made. It only offers itself again. For the Stoics, this was a powerful lesson. Each day is a chance to begin anew. Marcus wrote, "When you wake, think of what it means to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." Renewal is not denial of pain, but the refusal to be chained by the past. Every dawn is both a warning of death and an invitation to live fully. The discipline here is not easy. It is tempting to treat mornings as chores, to stumble conscious into the same habits. But training the mind to see dawn as a teacher requires presence. It requires the restraint to pause, the courage to face mortality, the humility to accept that you are not owed another sunrise. Over time, this transforms not only mornings, but the entire way you approach existence. You stop demanding certainty and start building resilience. You stop assuming time is endless and start treating every interaction, every duty, as sacred. Even silence at dawn becomes a lesson. Before the city wakes, before voices and machines fill the air, there is stillness. To stand in that stillness while light breaks the horizon is to hear what words cannot teach. It is to feel directly the truth of impermanence and renewal without explanation. The Stoics called this alignment with nature. Modern people might call it mindfulness. Whatever the name, the effect is the same. Clarity, strength, focus. From this reflection flows another truth. Relationships take on new meaning. When you know each sunrise could be the last for you or for someone you love, you speak with more kindness. You forgive faster. You waste less time on grudges. Mortality is no longer an abstraction, but a daily reality carried by the light. This does not make you heavy-hearted, but light-hearted in the deepest sense. You no longer postpone love, no longer postpone courage because you know tomorrow may not be offered. The Stoics urged us to remember death, not to darken our lives, but to free us from fear. The morning light is the perfect companion for this remembrance. It says, without words, "You are here now, but not forever." Do not sleepwalk through this gift. Use it, shape it, live it, and when the night returns, let it find you spent in worthy effort, not wasted in trivial pursuits. As days turn to years, this practice changes how you see aging itself. The sunrise you greet at 20 is the same as at 60, yet your time under it is shorter. Instead of despair, this can bring dignity. To age is to know the value of mornings more keenly, to feel urgency, not as panic, but as clarity. The light teaches that the best use of time is not to hoard it, but to use it well. To wake strong is to rise with this understanding. Each day, even practical choices shift under this awareness. Work becomes less about ambition and more about contribution. Conversations become less about winning and more about connecting. Time spent becomes measured not by productivity, but by integrity. The light reframes all. It does not care for your status, your possessions, your struggles. It shines impartially on kings and beggars alike. By meditating on this impartiality, you learn to live beyond comparison, to measure your life not by others, but by how well you live in alignment with reason and virtue. This is why the sunrise is not just a natural event, but a philosophical lesson. It embodies the cycle of death and renewal, of ending and beginning, of fragility and endurance. To train yourself to see this daily is to strengthen the mind against fear and to open the heart to gratitude. It is to wake, not as a prisoner of habit, but as a student of life itself. And so the practice continues. You rise, you look at the light, and you let it remind you of truths too easily forgotten. You are mortal. Time is short. Each day is new. Nothing is owed. Everything is gift. With these truths held close, you walk into the day, not anxious but clear, not clinging but free, not distracted but purposeful. The morning light has done its work and you step forward stronger. The sun has already reminded us that life is fleeting, that each morning is both a gift and a warning. To wake with that knowledge is not enough. It must be put into practice. The Stoics never separated thought from action. Reflection without discipline is fragile. It is like knowing the sea is powerful but never learning to swim. The true test of philosophy begins when comfort calls, and you choose instead the path of strength. This is where the practice of voluntary discomfort enters, the training ground for resilience. A deliberate decision to step into difficulty before life forces it upon you. The world tells you to chase comfort. Every invention, every convenience, every modern luxury whispers that ease is the goal. Yet the more we surround ourselves with comfort, the more fragile we become. Muscles weaken when never used, and the mind softens when never challenged. The Stoics saw this clearly. They urged us not to wait for misfortune to strip away our ease, but to practice losing it while it was still safe. Seneca slept on hard ground, though he owned fine villas, not because he despised comfort, but because he refused to be enslaved by it. By training himself in hardship, he could welcome fortune without clinging to it, and face loss without trembling. In the morning, voluntary discomfort becomes a ritual of awakening. To face cold water, hunger, or silence is to teach the body and mind that you are not ruled by appetite or aversion. A cold shower shocks the system, not just physically but psychologically. It strips away the illusion that you cannot handle discomfort. The first breath under freezing water is sharp, but soon the body steadies, and with it the mind learns that panic fades. Each morning you step into the cold, you are rehearsing courage. You are saying to yourself, if I can face this, I can face more. Fasting in the early hours carries a similar power. The world tells you that hunger is unbearable, that you must satisfy it the moment it arises. But hunger, when faced calmly, is a teacher. It shows you that the body can endure much more than you thought, that craving does not have to command you. To delay the first meal of the day is to prove that desire does not dictate your freedom. It creates a space between stimulus and response, and in that space lies self-mastery. You taste food more deeply when it is finally taken, not because of indulgence, but because of discipline. Gratitude grows sharper when you have shown yourself that you can go without. Silence, too, is a form of chosen hardship. In a world drowning in noise, to wake and refrain from speech, from music, from the endless scroll of information, is to face the discomfort of stillness. It may feel uneasy at first. Thoughts rush in, restlessness grows. Yet with time, silence becomes strength. You discover that you do not need constant distraction to exist peacefully. In silence, you meet yourself honestly, without masks, without escape. The mind becomes clearer, sharper, less reactive. By practicing silence in the morning, you carry into the day a calm that others cannot shake. Each of these practices, cold, hunger, quiet, are simple, but their effects ripple across life. They sharpen resilience, not through grand struggle, but through daily training. By choosing hardship on your own terms, you reduce the fear of hardship when it comes uninvited. A person who has met the bite of cold water will not panic when the world grows harsh. A person who has tested hunger will not crumble when circumstances deny luxury. A person who has embraced silence will not be undone by loneliness or noise. These small trials build an inner fortress that fortune cannot breach. Modern science supports what the Stoics knew. Cold exposure stimulates circulation, strengthens the immune system, and increases mental alertness. Fasting improves metabolism, sharpens focus, and even extends cellular health. Silence lowers stress hormones, restores attention, and stabilizes emotions. Yet beyond biology, these practices strike at the core of the human condition. They remind you that comfort is temporary, that ease is not guaranteed, that resilience must be built deliberately. The practice also humbles the ego. Comfort breeds entitlement. Discomfort breeds perspective. When you have chosen hunger, you understand those who face it without choice. When you have faced cold, you no longer see warmth as trivial. When you have embraced silence, you become more patient with the noise of others. Voluntary discomfort opens the heart to compassion, while hardening the mind against weakness. There is also a spiritual depth in these practices. Cold water, hunger, silence, each strips away illusion. They remind you that life does not revolve around pleasure, but around virtue. Pleasure is fleeting, virtue endures. To choose discomfort is to remind yourself daily that your purpose is not indulgence, but growth. It is to train the soul to be free, not chained to luxury or desire. Discomfort is not punishment, but preparation. Life will test you in ways you cannot predict. To practice discomfort each morning is to enter those tests already armed. It is to walk into the day with the confidence that you can withstand more than you thought. And in this confidence, a quiet peace emerges. You stop dreading hardship because you have already tasted it and survived. You stop fearing loss because you have practiced letting go. You stop craving constant ease because you have learned the sweetness of strength. This practice must be balanced with wisdom. The Stoics did not seek suffering for its own sake. They sought control over their relationship with it. Voluntary discomfort is not about self-destruction, but about self-mastery. The goal is not to live without comfort, but to live without dependence on it. Cold water teaches courage. Fasting teaches patience. Silence teaches clarity. Together, they form a discipline that makes life's unpredictability less terrifying. Over time, these rituals transform not just mornings, but character. You rise not as someone waiting for life to be easy, but as someone ready for life to be real. You do not beg the day for comfort. You meet it with strength. When misfortune arrives, you recognize its face because you have already trained with its shadow. This is the secret the Stoics left us. That strength is not given, it is built. And it is built not in rare moments of crisis, but in the quiet choices of each morning. To begin the day with chosen difficulty is to declare to yourself and to the world that you will not be ruled by fear or desire. It is to rise with dignity, not indulgence. It is to walk into the hours ahead already victorious because you have defeated weakness at dawn. Each drop of cold water, each empty stomach, each moment of silence is a stone laid in the foundation of resilience. And with that foundation, nothing can shake you. When the sun rises again tomorrow, it will bring both beauty and uncertainty. You cannot control what the day will hold, but you can control how you meet it. And if you have trained in discomfort, if you have chosen hardship before it chooses you, then you will meet it steady, calm, unbroken. This is the way of the Stoic. Morning, the discipline that turns fragility into strength, that turns fleeting life into lasting courage. The discipline of voluntary discomfort hardens the spirit, yet strength without calm can easily turn into restlessness. The Stoics knew that resilience must be steady, not frantic. After cold water, after hunger, after silence, there must come a return to balance. It is here that breath enters the practice. Breathing is the one act that continues without our command. And yet, the moment we bring attention to it, we discover a hidden key. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the soul becomes dyed by the thoughts it holds. And what steadies thought more quickly than the rhythm of breath? The first, breath at dawn carries more than air. It carries awareness. It tells you that you are alive, that another day has been given, that control begins, not in the world, but within your own chest. To breathe without awareness is to miss the foundation of life. To breathe with attention is to take hold of the thread that ties body and mind together. The Stoics saw the breath as more than survival. It was the bridge between reason and nature, between the inner citadel of the self and the vast order of the cosmos. Controlled breathing anchors clarity. When the mind stirs with early worries, when the body feels heavy from sleep, focusing on the inhale and the exhale draws you back to presence. Each slow breath is a reminder that time unfolds in moments, not in floods. Anxiety thrives in the future, regret in the past. Breath anchors you in the present, where neither can harm you. This is not escape, it is mastery. The Stoic seeks not to be numb, but to be awake, to meet the day from a place of steadiness rather than reaction. There are many ways this ritual unfolds. One may begin by sitting upright, shoulders open, chest uncompressed. As Marcus wrote about posture and composure, reflecting the inner state. The breath is taken slowly through the nose, held briefly, then released with control. The pattern is simple, but the effect profound. Within minutes, the racing thoughts settle. The heart follows the breath's rhythm. Self-command begins here. in the small act of directing what is always within reach. This practice also reveals the Stoic understanding of control. You cannot decide how the day will unfold, but you can decide how you breathe through it. You cannot dictate the actions of others, but you can regulate your own nervous system. Breath becomes a metaphor for the entire philosophy. Focus only on what is within your command. Let go of what is not. When anger rises, slow breathing reclaims composure. When fear tightens the chest, deliberate exhalation loosens its grip. When distraction scatters thought, rhythm restores order. Modern science validates what the ancients intuited. Slow, deep breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, reducing stress hormones, lowering blood pressure, and sharpening focus. This biological truth mirrors Stoic wisdom. By controlling breath, you change the body's state, and by changing the body's state, you change the mind's power to reason clearly. The link is immediate. No grand philosophy is useful if panic rules the chest. Beth Severs' Panic's Hold. Morning is the perfect stage for this training. At dawn, the mind is still tender, shaped by sleep, and how you guide it sets the tone for all that follows. By anchoring yourself in controlled breathing, you write the script for the day. You tell your body, I am not rushing. You tell your mind, I will not be ruled by chaos. You tell your soul, strength begins here. This quiet discipline is more transformative than external rituals because it is always accessible. Wealth may vanish, power may fade, but breath remains until the final moment of life. The Stoics saw breath as tied to the divine order. Cleanthes, a Stoic poet, wrote of the universe as infused with pneuma, the vital breath that binds all things. To breathe consciously is to participate in this cosmic rhythm, to align personal order with universal order. Marcus often reflected that his breath was part of the same air shared by all living things, and this awareness dissolved the illusion of separation. Each breath connects you not only to yourself, but to every creature that lives. This dissolves arrogance and cultivates humility. Another lesson hidden in breathing is mortality. Every inhale is borrowed, every exhale a reminder that one day will be the last. Far from making life bleak, this awareness sharpens presence. When you know each breath is not guaranteed, you waste fewer on anger, gossip, or despair. The practice of conscious breathing in the morning is therefore a meditation on both life and death. You are alive now, and that is enough. You will not always breathe, so treasure this moment. Breathing also builds discipline in attention. The mind, restless by nature, wanders into worries or distractions. Anchoring it to breath is training in focus. Each time, attention drifts and is brought back. The muscle of awareness strengthens. Over days and months, this discipline spills into other tasks. Conversations deepen because you listen fully. Work sharpens because you give it undivided presence. Challenges shrink because you no longer scatter energy, but center it. All from the simple act of breathing with intention. One may extend the practice by pairing breath with reflection. On the inhale, bring to mind courage. On the exhale, release fear. On the inhale, call to mind patience. On the exhale, let go of irritation. This layering of philosophy onto physiology embeds Stoic values into the nervous system itself. Virtue stops being abstract and becomes embodied. You do not only think courage, you breathe it. You do not only speak of patience, you exhale it into the world. Silence deepens the practice. To sit with breath in quiet moments before the day begins allows the subtle rhythms of the body to be heard. This silence is not empty, but filled with presence. In it, you meet yourself honestly. The masks worn for the world fall away, and what remains is the raw fact of existence, breathing being, preparing to live with dignity. From this silence, words spoken later carry more weight because they are born of stillness rather than noise. There is also a discipline in using breath to master emotion. Anger, fear, envy, all rise in the body before they rise in thought. The chest tightens, the breath shortens. If you catch the breath, you catch the emotion. You slow the breath, the storm calms. This is not suppression, it is transformation. You do not deny the feeling, but guide it. The Stoics valued apatheia, freedom from destructive passions. Controlled breathing is a direct path to it. Breathing rituals also teach consistency. Unlike grand achievements, they demand no stage, no recognition. They require only persistence. To breathe each morning with attention builds the same muscle as facing adversity with courage or handling loss with grace. The repetition ingrains discipline. It is the hidden training behind visible strength. Those who neglect it may seek power elsewhere, but those who master it carry an invisible armor that shows in every action. At the deepest level, breathing with awareness teaches surrender. The inhale is not created by you, but given. The exhale is not owned, but released. To recognize this is to loosen the illusion of total control. You participate in life's rhythm, but you do not command it absolutely. This humility fosters peace. You stop grasping so desperately for what is beyond you, because each breath reminds you of both your power and your limits. The practice is simple. Rise, sit or stand with composure. Draw air slowly. Feel it fill the body. Hold it gently. Let it leave with ease. Repeat until the mind steadies, until the heart is calm, until clarity shines. Then rise to meet the day. No one sees this ritual, but its effects echo in every choice that follows. You walk more steadily, speak more wisely, act more deliberately. And so, after preparing with discomfort, you return to balance through breath. Strength without calm risks becoming harsh, but strength with calm becomes unshakable. Each morning, the breath reminds you of life's fragility and its continuity, of your control and your limits, of your solitude and your unity with all things. To breathe as Marcus Aurelius breathed is to carry philosophy not only in the mind but in the lungs, the blood, the very rhythm of being. From this clarity is anchored, and self-command is renewed with every dawn. Breath steadies the body, clears the mind, and prepares the soul. Yet the Stoics knew that calm alone was not enough. The next step was to look within, to hold a mirror up to the thoughts that move silently beneath the surface. For even when the body is still, the mind can deceive itself, turning in circles, hiding from truth. Marcus Aurelius left us his meditations not to publish, but to remind himself. A private dialogue where he examined his own weaknesses, corrected his errors, and anchored his principles. To write was to put himself on trial each morning to act as judge, witness, and defendant in one. This was not punishment, but liberation. It was the practice of self-court, silent dialogue that transforms confusion into clarity. When you wake and take pen to page, the act itself is grounding. Thoughts that swarm loosely in the mind harden into words, and once written, they can be seen clearly. Anxiety becomes a sentence instead of a cloud. Fear becomes a phrase instead of a storm. Desire becomes a line of ink instead of a hidden compulsion. In this way, journaling is not decoration. It is exposure. It forces the mind to face itself without disguise. The Stoics taught that we cannot master what we refuse to see, and writing makes the invisible visible. The morning is the perfect time for this practice. The mind is still unshaped by the noise of the day, closer to its raw state. To write, then, is to confront yourself before you begin confronting others. It is a rehearsal for life, a tribunal where reason asks, what are you thinking? Why are you troubled? What principle will guide you today? These questions, written and answered honestly, do not allow the self to drift. They hold it accountable. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself of the flaws he would meet in others, not because he despised people, but because he knew his own irritation would rise. By writing it down, he prepared his mind to meet them without anger. Seneca advised writing each evening, reviewing what had been done well and what had failed, so that progress could be measured. Both approaches reflect the same truth. The unexamined life is weak. Journaling is examination made tangible. It is the daily trial where you learn to live with integrity. The value lies in honesty. 2. Write for others is performance. To write for yourself is confession. When you put down words, only you will read. Masks fall away. You admit pettiness, jealousy, fear. You also admit courage, kindness, growth. In this honesty, you find balance. You do not exaggerate your strength nor magnify your weakness. You learn to see yourself as you are. This is not self-criticism, but self-knowledge, and from knowledge comes power. The Stoics compared philosophy to medicine. If life is the illness, reason is the cure. Journaling is diagnosis. Without diagnosis, medicine fails. To wake and write is to check the pulse of the mind, to measure its health. You notice recurring thoughts, repeated mistakes, the patterns that otherwise remain hidden. With time, you recognize triggers before they control you. The page becomes both record and teacher. There is also discipline in the act itself. To sit each morning and write demands consistency. It is a ritual that trains attention, patience, and humility. The hand moves, the thoughts unfold, and, slowly, the practice becomes as natural as breath. Skipping it leaves the mind unanchored, prone to drift with external pressures. Keeping it builds a foundation. Over weeks and months, the accumulation of entries becomes evidence of progress. You see where you once struggled and how you have grown. The record of your own mind becomes proof that change is possible. Writing also clarifies values. When you put into words what matters most, you strip away the clutter. You stop chasing shadows because the page confronts you with truth. If you write that virtue is your aim, then selfish actions are harder to excuse. If you write that courage is needed, then cowardice is easier to spot. The page holds you accountable, quietly, but firmly. It becomes the court where you stand trial, not for punishment, but for alignment. Another lesson hidden in journaling is detachment. By writing a thought, you separate from it. It no longer owns you. It sits before you like an object. Anger loses its fire when described in ink. Fear loses its grip when given words. Desire loses its urgency when slowed into sentences. This distance allows reason to work. You see the thought, examine it, and decide whether it deserves space in your life. Without writing, thoughts remain entangled. With writing, they can be sorted, challenged, and either kept or discarded. The practice is also a reminder of mortality. Every entry is a mark in time, a record of a day that will never return. To look back months later and read your own words is to see how fleeting life is. Yet it also shows continuity. The same struggles, the same lessons, the same growth. This humbles you. It teaches patience with yourself and others. It reminds you that progress is slow, that virtue is built step by step, line by line. Journaling strengthens memory. When you write, you engrave thoughts deeper into the mind. Lessons once read in a book become lessons lived when written in your own hand. The act of forming words slows thought, forces reflection. You do not skim your own mind as you skim a page. You dig into it. This deepens understanding, and understanding is the soil from which wisdom grows. The practice also resists distraction. In an age where voices compete for attention, the page is private, silent, immune to noise. It is the one place where the world does not intrude unless you invite it. To begin the day in this silence is to claim sovereignty over your own mind before others claim it for their purposes. You start not with reaction, but with reflection. Not with noise, but with clarity. Even brief entries matter. A single line of truth can guide an entire day. Marcus wrote in short notes, sometimes only a sentence, yet each carried weight. The value is not in length, but in sincerity. Some mornings you may pour pages, others only a line. Both serve the same function. They ground you in reality, remind you of your principles, and prepare you to live by them. Writing also cultivates gratitude by noting what you have, even in small details. You train the mind to focus on presence rather than absence. The page can hold simple recognitions: the warmth of light, the loyalty of a friend, the chance to begin again. Gratitude written becomes gratitude felt, and gratitude felt strengthens resilience. For one who appreciates what is, has less room for despair over what is not. Over time, journaling shapes identity. You begin to see yourself not as a passive subject of circumstance, but as an active participant in life's trial. Each entry is a statement of responsibility. This is what I thought. This is what I did. This is how I will correct it. The act transforms you from victim to judge of your own conduct. And a person who judges themselves honestly has little to fear from the judgment of others. The silent dialogue of journaling is both mirror and map. It shows who you are now and points to who you could become. It reveals flaws, not to condemn, but to correct. It highlights virtues, not to boast, but to strengthen. It is the daily court where you stand alone, face yourself, and choose again the path of reason. And so, after steadying breath, the next act is to write, to bring thought into light, to put the self on trial with honesty, to begin the day not with outward demands, but with inward clarity. This is the Stoic ritual of self-court, the discipline that transforms silence into wisdom and prepares you to step into the world with steadiness and truth. The page where thoughts are examined leaves you steadier, more honest, more awake to yourself. But self-reflection does not end with what is written. The Stoics understood that human beings are not separate from the larger order. To live well means to live in rhythm with nature, to accept that the world moves by patterns older and greater than us. Journaling holds up the mirror of the mind, yet stepping outside at dawn holds up the mirror of the universe. The morning light is more than a beginning. It is a lesson in constancy. To observe it daily is to anchor yourself in time, to align your inner life with the great cycles that govern all existence. Dawn arrives whether you ask for it or not. Its timing is not yours to control. This constancy is humbling. While the human mind clings to anxiety, deadlines, and fleeting desires, the sun follows its path without fail. By noticing this, you are reminded that order exists beyond chaos, that your life is part of a greater whole. Aligning yourself with this rhythm is what the Stoics called living according to nature. To rise with dawn is to train yourself in harmony rather than resistance, to feel directly that your small actions belong to a cosmic pattern. There is power in marking time with natural cycles. In the modern world, clocks dominate. Artificial light extends night. Technology dissolves seasons. The body forgets its own rhythm. The Stoics did not live this way. They rose with the sun, ate by daylight, rested when darkness came. This was not primitive habit, but deep philosophy. They understood that the closer life stays to natural order, the less restless the mind becomes. To see dawn each morning is to be reminded that life is not random. It has order, and within that order is peace. Anchoring yourself to the cycles of nature reshapes your sense of time. Instead of rushing as though hours were enemies, you begin to see them as companions, steady and predictable. Each sunrise becomes a boundary, a marker that says, this day is new, this moment is unique. Aligning with this truth shifts perspective. You stop drowning in endless tasks because you know the day itself is finite. You stop clinging to yesterday because dawn has already washed it away. You stop fearing tomorrow because the cycle promises its arrival, whether you fear it or not. The Stoics often reflected on constancy. Marcus Aurelius wrote that, "The universe is change, yet its order remains." To anchor yourself in dawn is to feel this paradox directly. Each sunrise is both repetition and renewal. It has happened countless times before, yet it is never the same twice. This duality teaches balance. Hold firm to principle like the constant sun, but adapt to circumstance like the shifting colors of morning. From this you learn both stability and flexibility. Aligning with natural cycles also strengthens discipline. When you rise with dawn, you are no longer ruled only By preference, you submit to the rhythm of nature. And this submission brings freedom. Freedom, not in indulgence, but in release from the chaos of irregular living. The body rests better, the mind thinks clearer, the heart feels lighter. To be anchored to dawn is to be less tossed about by the artificial storms of modern life. There is also humility in this practice. The sunrise does not bend for wealth or status. It arrives for emperors and beggars alike. To stand before it each morning is to be reminded of equality before nature. No person commands the cycle. No desire changes it. This awareness softens pride, tempers arrogance, and grounds ambition. It teaches that greatness is not in controlling the world, but in living rightly within its unchangeable laws. For the Stoics, nature was not just scenery, it was a teacher. Observing dawn trains patience because you must wait for it each day. It trains appreciation because its beauty is brief. It trains resilience because clouds may hide it, yet you know it is there. These lessons cannot be learned from books alone. They must be felt through the eyes, through the body, through direct experience. By standing with dawn, you are taught without words. There is a physical depth to this as well. Exposure to morning light regulates the body's rhythms, balances hormones, strengthens sleep cycles. The body, when aligned with nature, functions more smoothly. But the Stoics saw beyond biology. They saw in this alignment a moral health. Just as the body depends on light to function, the soul depends on truth to flourish. Both require regular exposure. To miss the sunrise repeatedly is not only a loss of beauty, but a loss of orientation. Without it, you drift. With it, you anchor. Anchoring yourself to dawn also reshapes ambition. When you live disconnected from cycles, you may chase endlessly, forgetting limits. But when you rise and notice the rhythm, you remember that time is not infinite. Seasons pass, days vanish. You begin to measure ambition, not by endless accumulation, but by alignment with purpose. You seek not to outpace nature, but to harmonize with it. This shift brings contentment because your striving no longer fights reality, but works within it. Another truth revealed by dawn is impermanence. The first light fades quickly, the colors shift, the brilliance softens, the day moves on. To witness this daily is to understand transiensis. Joy, sorrow, health, struggle, all are brief. Nothing stays. Instead of despair, this knowledge brings urgency. It reminds you not to waste time on grudges or idle pursuits. It calls you to act now, love now, live now. For just as dawn fades, so does life. Aligning with nature also builds resilience against disappointment. If rain hides the sunrise, you still know it is there. If storms cover the sky, the cycle continues behind them. This teaches faith in order, even when it cannot be seen. Life too brings clouds. Fortune shifts, plans fail, clarity disappears. Yet behind it all, the order remains. To anchor yourself in this truth is to face hardship without collapse, knowing the hidden sun still rises. Over time, this daily practice cultivates a different kind of strength. Not the sharp strength of sudden effort, but the steady strength of constancy. Just as dawn returns each day, so you return to your principles. Just as the sun does not fail, you do not fail in perseverance. This consistency shapes character more deeply than bursts of effort ever could. It is the discipline of rhythm, the virtue of alignment. The practice is simple. Rise. Go outside if you can, or at least meet the light with full attention. Let it strike your eyes and your thoughts. Let it remind you of order, of transience, of equality, of renewal. This is not worship, but alignment. Not superstition, but philosophy. You are not bowing to the sun, but learning from it, the way the Stoics urged learning from all of nature. Through this mornings transform. They are no longer routines to stumble through, but sacred lessons repeated daily. The sunrise becomes your clock, your teacher, your reminder of mortality and of strength. Each day the cycle humbles you, steadies you, and calls you to live with reason and virtue in harmony with the world that sustains you. Thus, after the silent court of journaling, you step into the wider court of nature. Your words on the page are tested against the laws of the cosmos. You align not only with your own truth, but with the eternal rhythm that guides all. And in that alignment, you find clarity, peace, and the strength to live each day as part of a greater order. The rhythm of nature steadies the heart, but the truth is that the very first moments after waking often decide the shape of the entire day. Dawn may rise faithfully, yet the mind in those fragile first minutes can slip, either into clarity or into confusion. The Stoics understood this state as a doorway. It is not yet fully wakefulness, not quite dream, but a liminal passage where thought is malleable and the soul can be guided. To waste it is to hand the day over to chance. To use it with care is to anchor strength before the flood of tasks and distractions. The first 5 minutes hold more power than most recognize. The body is vulnerable, the mind open, the heart impressionable. What you allow into this space plants seeds that grow throughout the hours ahead. If you rush to noise, chaos follows. If you rest in deliberate presence, clarity grows. The Stoics taught that the soul becomes dyed with the colors of its thoughts. The first minutes of wakefulness are the brushstrokes that set the tone for all that follows. Micro-meditations are brief but potent practices that fit into this delicate window. They are not long rituals, not demanding hours of silence, but focused exercises that sharpen presence. The value lies in their brevity and intensity. They train the mind to meet the day awake, not half asleep. Marcus Aurelius began his mornings by reminding himself of his duty, of the nature of the world, of the inevitability of hardship. He did not wait until midday to set his principles. He spoke to his own soul immediately before distraction could take hold. One method is simple: awareness of breath. Not long sessions, only a few cycles of deliberate inhalation and release. The mind, still unsteady from sleep, finds grounding in rhythm. Each breath says, "I am alive. I have been given another chance. I will not waste it." The brevity is what makes it effective. In less than a minute, scattered thought is pulled into order and clarity begins to bloom. Another practice is the recollection of purpose. Upon waking, you can ask, "What is today for?" The question is not about schedules or tasks, but about principle. Is this a day for courage, for patience, for justice? Naming the value brings direction. Without it, hours drift into reaction. With it, choices align with meaning. This is the tribunal of the morning, where the self declares its intent before the court of reason. It takes only seconds, but its weight shapes the entire day. A further exercise is gratitude, stripped of sentimentality. Not long lists, not exaggerated affirmations, but a single acknowledgement. I could have died in the night, yet I breathe. This recognition is sharper than vague positivity. It awakens urgency and appreciation. The Stoics constantly reflected on mortality, not to breed fear, but to ignite presence. In the fragile state after sleep, this truth enters deeply, cutting through illusions of endless time. Gratitude becomes real when tied to mortality, and this makes the morning heavier with meaning. The Stoics also practiced premeditatio malorum, anticipating difficulty in microform. This means reminding yourself in the first minutes, today I may face insult, boredom, loss, fatigue. By naming these possibilities, you remove their power to shock. The day no longer ambushes you. You rise armored, steady, already prepared. This is not pessimism, but resilience. It is easier to endure hardship when you have rehearsed it before lifting your head from the pillow. There is also strength in silence. Before words, before news, before voices, hold a moment of stillness. Let the mind hear itself. Let the body wake without rush. Silence is uncomfortable only when unused, but in the liminal morning, it becomes clarity. In that pause, you sense what matters most. You carry that sense through the noise that follows, anchored in something deeper than chatter. The key to these micro-meditations is discipline in brevity. They must be concise, sharp, deliberate. Long rituals risk delay and distraction. Short practices pierce directly. In 5 minutes you can breathe, set intent, rehearse hardship, and touch gratitude. That is enough to redirect an entire day. The value lies not in complexity, but in consistency. Repeated daily, the mind learns that each morning begins with sovereignty. You no longer stumble into wakefulness. You rise into it. Science again affirms what the Stoics practiced. The brain in the first moments after sleep is in a state of heightened plasticity. Inputs sink deeper. Habits set faster. Emotions solidify more easily. By filling this window with deliberate practices, you shape the neurological path of the day. You train focus, resilience, and calm before the world intrudes. To waste the window on distraction is to give away your strongest leverage. These practices also teach respect for time. 5 minutes may seem trivial, but used with intent, it outweighs hours wasted later. The Stoics treasured the economy of time, seeing each moment as sacred. To use the smallest slice of morning well is to honor this principle. It builds the habit of valuing even brief opportunities, of seeing no moment as disposable. This attitude carried forward makes life fuller and less squandered. Over weeks, the effect compounds. Micro-meditations train the mind not only in the morning, but in every transition. Waiting in line, pausing between tasks, sitting in silence before speaking, all become opportunities for the same discipline. The morning practice expands into daily life. You begin to see that clarity is not found only in grand retreats, but in small, steady acts of attention. What begins in the first 5 minutes spreads into character. You grow less reactive, more intentional. You meet insult with steadiness because you rehearsed it at dawn. You appreciate small joys because you began the day with gratitude. You endure discomfort with calm because you anchored yourself in breath. The foundation of the day shapes the building of the life. This is why the Stoics gave such weight to beginnings. They knew that to master the morning is to master much of the day. Micro-meditations do not consume time. They reclaim it. They reclaim the self from drifting into habit, from surrendering to distraction, from being ruled by appetite. They set the course of the soul when it is most malleable, steering it toward reason and virtue. And so, after aligning yourself with the rhythm of dawn, you enter the fragile threshold of wakefulness. Not carelessly, but deliberately. You treat the first minutes as sacred ground, planting seeds of breath, purpose, gratitude, and resilience. From these seeds grows clarity that carries you through the hours ahead. The sun may rise for all, but the one who masters the first moments rises differently, steady, aware, and free. The first minutes after waking give you clarity, but clarity without preparation can still falter when life strikes hard. The Stoics knew that awareness must be armed, that the mind needs not only calm, but armor. This is where the practice of premeditatio malorum takes its place. The meditation on what could go wrong, not to invite misfortune, but to strip it of its power. To begin the day with this discipline is to step into the hours ahead already rehearsed, already braced, already stronger than circumstance. Most people resist this exercise. They fear that dwelling on loss will bring it closer, that to think of difficulty is to poison the morning. But the Stoics saw the opposite. They knew that misfortune comes whether invited or not, and it is far more crushing when it arrives unexpected. By picturing what could go wrong, you soften the shock before it strikes. You enter the day not with blind hope, but with calm readiness. Marcus Aurelius wrote that each day he would meet arrogance, deception, betrayal, weariness, and insult. He did not write this to despair, but to remind himself that such things are natural. When they came, he could not claim surprise. Seneca urged his students to walk mentally through poverty, exile, illness, and death, so that when fortune withdrew its gifts, the soul would stand unbroken. Epictetus pressed the point further. When you kiss your child, remember they may not be here tomorrow, so that your love is deeper and your grief when it comes less wild. This practice strengthens composure because it shifts perspective. When you think only of comfort, the smallest inconvenience feels like disaster. But when you have rehearsed genuine hardship in the morning, spilled coffee, traffic, or sharp words cannot undo you. They are no longer catastrophes, only minor tests. By preparing for greater trials, you make lesser ones light. The method is direct. On rising, after grounding yourself in breath or gratitude, turn your thoughts to the day ahead. Name the obstacles you might face. Perhaps an argument with a colleague, perhaps unexpected failure, perhaps physical pain or exhaustion. Speak them inwardly with calm. This may come. Then ask yourself, what will I do when it does? How can I meet it? With patience, with courage, with temperance, with justice. In answering, you give yourself a script. When the trial appears, you follow the script instead of panicking. This does not make you cold. On the contrary, it makes you more alive. By contemplating loss, you love more fiercely. By anticipating insult, you hold your temper more easily. By rehearsing pain, you treat health as a treasure. The practice enriches joy because it reminds you that joy is fragile. It strengthens love because it reminds you that love is temporary. It deepens gratitude because it reminds you that nothing is owed. Modern psychology speaks of stress inoculation, the deliberate rehearsal of challenge in safe conditions, so the mind adapts. Soldiers, athletes, and surgeons train with simulation for the same reason. The Stoics discovered this centuries earlier. To rehearse hardship in the mind is to inoculate the soul against shock. The body may still feel pain, the heart may still feel grief, but the mind is not destroyed. It bends, but it does not break. The practice also exposes illusions. Many of our fears come not from reality, but from false beliefs. We think misfortune will destroy us, but when we picture it calmly, we see that life continues. Poverty does not erase dignity. Failure does not erase worth. Loss does not erase the possibility of virtue. By rehearsing these truths each morning, you loosen the chains of fear. You see clearly that external events are not the measure of your life, your responses. This discipline also protects against arrogance. Success tempts the mind to believe it is invincible, that fortune's gifts are permanent. By practicing premeditatio malorum, you remind yourself daily that everything external can vanish. Wealth, status, health, reputation, all are temporary. This humility guards against pride and prepares you to let go with grace when change comes. There is also freedom in this practice. Fear is a prison built of surprises. When nothing can surprise you, the prison walls fall. You no longer dread the future because you have already walked through its darkest corridors in thought. Each day becomes lighter because you have already faced its possible weight. This is not cynicism, it is liberation. You do not shrink from life, you face it with steadiness. The key is balance. The Stoics did not dwell endlessly on misfortune. They did not wallow in dread. They practiced briefly, deliberately, and then released the thought. The purpose was not to suffer twice, but to suffer less when suffering arrives. The mind rehearses, accepts, and then returns to presence. This balance prevents the practice from becoming anxiety. It transforms fear into preparedness. Premeditation of adversity also reshapes relationships. When you remember in the morning that those you love are mortal, you treat them more tenderly during the day. When you recall that friends may betray, you no longer place fragile trust in their perfection, but patient acceptance of their humanity. When you accept that insults may come, you meet them with less anger, knowing they were expected. Thus, your dealings with others grow calmer, more compassionate, less reactive. Over time, the practice becomes habit. The mind trained daily stops being shocked by change. Fortune, swings lose their terror. You carry composure not because the world is gentle, but because you are trained. When hardship comes, you say to yourself, "This is what I expected, and I will endure." When joy comes, you say, "This is not owed, and I will cherish it while it lasts." In both, you remain balanced. This balance is the heart of Stoic strength. to be unshaken by loss and uncorrupted by gain, is true freedom. Premeditatio malorum builds this freedom not in grand gestures, but in quiet moments at dawn. A few minutes of rehearsal each morning protects against hours of turmoil later. The cost is small. The reward is immeasurable. The practice also deepens your sense of meaning. When you know each day may hold hardship, you stop wasting energy on trivialities. You choose more carefully what to pursue, what to value, what to fight for. Setbacks become less about injustice and more about training. Each difficulty becomes a chance to live philosophy rather than merely think it. In the end, this morning discipline teaches one truth. Life will test you, but you are stronger than you think. By rehearsing adversity, you prepare not to crumble. By expecting loss, you learn to treasure presence. By picturing death, you learn to live. The day may bring anything, but if you have begun with premeditative malorum, it brings nothing you have not already faced. And in that knowledge lies composure, the calm strength of one who cannot be surprised. When the mind has already walked through possible hardships before the day begins, a strange kind of steadiness emerges. But even with this strength, life continues to test, not only through great struggles, but also through the endless stream of small annoyances that chip away at peace. The Stoics saw clearly that people are undone, less by catastrophe and more by distraction, gossip, irritation, and petty concerns. It is not always tragedy that destroys composure, but the thousand little disturbances that drain focus. For this reason, they spoke of cultivating apatheia, not cold indifference, but freedom from being ruled by trivialities. The morning is the best time to train this discipline, when the mind is still clear enough to set its boundaries. Morning apathy is not neglect of life, but careful detachment from what does not matter. To rise and decide that not every opinion deserves attention, not every irritation deserves reaction, not every desire deserves pursuit, is to reclaim control before the world demands it from you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each day that others would act unjustly, speak foolishly, and seek advantage. Yet none of this could wound him unless he chose to let it. The practice was simple. Expect the trivial, acknowledge it, then refuse to be mastered by it. This discipline begins with clarity about value. The Stoics divided life into what is within our control and what is not. They further distinguished what is truly good, virtue, from what is indifferent, wealth, reputation, comfort. Morning apathy trains the mind to see clearly before the day clouds judgment. If you enter the day already, knowing that insults, delays, and distractions have no real power, you move through them, untouched. Like stones on the path, they exist, but they do not block the journey unless you trip over them. The modern world amplifies trivialities, notifications, news cycles, opinions of strangers. Endless minor inconveniences bombard the senses. Without discipline, each one pulls the mind into reaction. With discipline, you treat them as background noise. You recognize their presence, but deny them importance. This refusal is not laziness, it is strength. To train in apathy is to train in sovereignty over your own attention. The practice can be sharpened through small rituals. On waking, remind yourself, today I will hear words that mean nothing, see actions that are misguided, face delays that test my patience. These are not evils, they are distractions. I will not allow them to touch my soul. This simple rehearsal plants a shield around the mind. When the irritation arrives, you recognize it instantly and let it pass. Another aspect is restraint in judgment. Most suffering comes not from events, but from the labels we place on them. To train morning apathy is to delay judgment. A broken cup is not a disaster. An unkind word is not a wound. A missed opportunity is not a tragedy. By suspending judgment, you reduce the weight of trivial matters. This habit, practiced at dawn, carries through the day and builds resilience. Apathy toward trivialities also strengthens compassion. When you no longer burn with reaction to every annoyance, you see others more clearly. Their faults no longer provoke hatred because you recognize them as human weaknesses shared by all. You meet their noise with quiet, their arrogance with calm. This does not mean you accept injustice, but you stop wasting energy on pettiness. You save your strength for what truly matters. Living with courage, wisdom, justice, and temperance. There is humility in this practice as well. Much of what we call important is revealed by time to be insignificant. The quarrels of yesterday fade, the opinions of others vanish, the possessions we craved lose their shine. Morning apathy trains you to see this truth in advance, to release attachment before disappointment forces it. In this way, you free yourself from cycles of agitation that consume so many lives. Science supports the benefit. Studies on attention show that constant reaction to small distractions depletes willpower and increases stress. Those who conserve focus by ignoring trivial inputs preserve energy for meaningful decisions. The Stoics anticipated this centuries earlier. Apathy toward the trivial is not indifference to life, but efficiency in living. It directs limited attention toward what matters most. The practice also strengthens freedom. A person enslaved by every minor discomfort, every careless word, every fleeting desire is not free. True freedom is the ability to remain unmoved by what is unworthy of movement. Morning apathy is training for this freedom. By starting the day with detachment, you set the tone. Your mind is not open ground for every intrusion, but a citadel defended by reason. This discipline is sharpened by reflection. In the morning, ask yourself what events today are likely to try to steal my peace. Write them, name them, expose them, then decide in advance. They are nothing. They are not within my control. They do not touch my virtue. Therefore, they are indifferent. This resolution, once made, reduces the sting when they occur. You are no longer surprised. You are prepared. Over time, morning apathy builds a calm strength that others notice. Where most are quick to outrage, you remain steady. Where most are consumed by trivial drama, you stay clear. Some may call it detachment, others may call it coldness. But in truth, it is freedom. It is not a withdrawal from life, but a deeper engagement with what matters. By refusing to be ruled by the unimportant, you give yourself fully to the essential. This practice also protects against regret. Much of life's sorrow comes from wasted energy on things that never mattered. To train daily in apathy toward trivialities is to avoid this waste. You reach the evening, lighter, less burdened because you did not allow the day to be filled with meaningless battles. Instead, your energy went to actions worthy of memory. Morning apathy requires repetition. The mind resists, the ego insists on reacting. The world provokes endlessly, but each day of training strengthens the habit. Slowly, the distance between irritation and reaction grows. You feel the impulse, then you release it. You notice the distraction, then you dismiss it. This is not suppression, but mastery, the quiet control of one who knows their soul is not for sale. When the mind has been trained to let go of trivial disturbances, a new kind of clarity opens. But this clarity is easily lost the moment noise floods in. The world begins speaking before you even have time to stand. Messages, headlines, conversations, obligations. The Stoics understood that strength is not only in facing hardship or detaching from distractions, but also in cultivating silence. To begin the morning in quiet is not avoidance, it is sharpening. Silence is not emptiness. It is the field where perception grows strong. Deliberate silence at dawn gives the mind space to settle into its natural rhythm before the chaos of voices and demands. It is in this stillness that you can hear your own reasoning clearly. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to withdraw inward, to retreat into the inner citadel, where no noise could corrupt judgment. Morning silence is this retreat in practice. By withholding words, by refusing immediate noise, you preserve the raw power of awareness. You give yourself the chance to enter the day as master of thought, rather than servant of chatter. This silence is not passive. It is chosen, active, and full of meaning. To resist the pull of immediate conversation of devices, of outward stimulation, is a discipline. It requires strength because silence often feels uncomfortable. The modern world has conditioned the mind to fill every gap with sound or distraction. But to sit quietly, even for a few minutes, is to train endurance. It is to build the capacity to be with yourself without escape. This capacity becomes the root of wisdom. In silence, perception sharpens. You notice small details often missed. The rhythm of breath, the tension in the body, the quality of light, the subtle emotions rising within. These are guides. They show you what needs attention, what needs release, what needs gratitude. Without silence, these signals are drowned. With silence, they are clear. A Stoic seeks to live with reason in harmony with nature, and perception is the gateway. Silence makes perception possible. Morning quiet also shapes restraint. Words spoken impulsively often cause regret. By practicing silence at the start, you build patience with speech. You learn that not every thought requires expression. Not every urge must be voiced. This self-control carries into the day. Conversations become more deliberate, responses more thoughtful, interactions less reactive. A person trained in silence is less likely to be ruled by impulse and more likely to act with wisdom. The Stoics saw silence as alignment with nature's rhythm. At dawn, the world itself is quieter, before markets open, before people fill the streets. To match this quiet is to live in harmony with the order already present. It is to recognize that noise is not the default, but an intrusion. By choosing silence, you return to the natural state, the state where reason can breathe. There is also a moral weight in morning silence. It teaches humility. To refrain from speaking is to admit that you do not yet know that your judgments are still forming. It prevents arrogance from leaping forward. By beginning the day in quiet reflection, you acknowledge that wisdom requires listening more than speaking. You listen to your body, your mind, and even to the silence itself, which has lessons beyond words. Modern studies affirm that silence reduces stress, lowers cortisol, and increases focus. Yet the Stoics did not need research to see its value. They observed that those who rush into speech often betray themselves, while those who hold silence command respect. Morning quiet is not only for health but for character. It creates a foundation of dignity that carries into every encounter. This practice does not mean withdrawing from life. Silence at dawn is preparation for engagement. It clears the mind so that when speech is needed, it is wise. It sharpens perception so that when choices arise, they are made with clarity. It strengthens patience so that when provoked, you do not fall. Silence is not a refusal of life, but a strengthening for it. The discipline requires consistency. To sit quietly each morning may feel pointless at first. Restlessness will urge you to fill the gap, but persistence transforms discomfort into peace. Over time, silence becomes something you crave, a refuge where you find yourself before facing the world. And with that craving comes stability, because you no longer depend on noise for identity. You learn that your worth does not come from constant expression, but from inner steadiness. In silence, you also meet mortality. The absence of sound makes you aware of the fragility of existence. You feel the brevity of life more keenly when you stop drowning it in noise. This awareness is not morbid, it is clarifying. It reminds you to speak only what matters, to act only with purpose, to treat time as precious. Through deliberate quiet, you carry into the day a sharper perception, a calmer presence, and a more disciplined mind. You no longer stumble into conversations unprepared or fill space with meaningless noise. You act with intention because you have practiced stillness. This is the Stoic use of silence, not withdrawal, not emptiness, but strength. To start the day this way is to claim mastery over yourself before the world claims you. It is to step into life with clarity sharpened and virtue intact. Silence at the start of the day clears the mind, but clarity alone is not enough if the body remains chained to comfort. The Stoics warned against surrendering to softness because ease has a way of weakening the will. They believe that the true test of strength is not found in words or in thought alone, but in the choices made when comfort whispers. The morning is the battlefield where this test is most visible. The pull of a warm bed, the temptation of indulgent food, the desire for immediate ease. These are the first enemies to confront. To resist them is to build fortitude. To give in repeatedly is to erode it. Morning indifference to comfort is not cruelty toward oneself. It is discipline, a refusal to let pleasure dictate action. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself that he must rise from bed as a soldier rises to duty, not as a slave clings to sleep. Seneca reminded his students that to be ruled by luxury is to be ruled by chains. Strength lies in choosing action when the body craves indulgence, in meeting the call of reason instead of the call of comfort. The bed is the first test. Remaining longer than needed may seem harmless, yet it trains the mind in delay and surrender. To rise promptly, even when drowsiness lingers, is to affirm sovereignty over the body. This act, repeated daily, hardens resolve. You begin the day with victory over weakness. The softness of sheets becomes a reminder that comfort can enslave, and leaving them becomes a declaration of freedom. Food is the second trial. The morning appetite often demands more than the body truly requires. To resist indulgence in heavy meals or unnecessary treats is not deprivation, but strength. It teaches the soul that pleasure is not the measure of life. Moderation in the first nourishment of the day sets a tone of balance. It prevents the body from becoming sluggish, the mind from becoming clouded. The restraint practiced here echoes through every other decision, teaching that desire can be acknowledged without being obeyed. Indifference to comfort is not rejection of all pleasure, but mastery over it. The Stoics did not despise warmth or food. They despised slavery to them. To enjoy a meal without need is weakness, but to enjoy it after showing you can go without is strength. The difference lies in control. Comfort is acceptable when chosen, dangerous when required. Morning discipline makes this distinction clear. The practice extends beyond bed and table. It includes the choice to walk rather than always ride, to endure weather rather than complain, to greet discomfort without fear. Each small refusal of indulgence becomes a stone in the foundation of fortitude. Over time, the character shaped by these choices stands unshaken by hardship because it has trained daily in small trials. Modern life magnifies the danger of comfort. Technology promises constant ease, food is abundant, entertainment is endless. Without discipline, the body grows weak, the mind restless, the will fragile. By training indifference in the morning, you build resistance against this erosion. You remind yourself that you are not entitled to ease, that strength grows only when tested. This discipline also nurtures gratitude. When you resist indulgence, you appreciate comfort more deeply when it comes. A simple breakfast feels like a feast after restraint. Rest feels more precious after labor. Comfort enjoyed with freedom is sweeter than comfort clung to independence. The act of going without sharpens appreciation for what remains. There is also humility in this practice. To deny yourself unnecessary comfort is to remember that life is not owed to you in luxury. Many live without what you take for granted. By choosing restraint, you align yourself with reality rather than illusion. You remind yourself that you can survive with less, that your dignity is not tied to indulgence. This humility strengthens both compassion and resilience. The body itself benefits. Rising early sharpens energy. Resisting heavy meals improves focus. Choosing activity over idleness strengthens health. Yet the Stoics were not concerned only with physical benefit. They cared for the soul. They saw that indulgence weakens the moral fiber, while restraint hardens it. A person who resists comfort in the morning is more likely to resist anger, envy, or fear later in the day. Discipline in one area spreads into others. This practice also prepares you for loss. Comfort is temporary, and fortune may remove it without warning. By training indifference now, you lessen the shock when life withdraws its gifts. If you are used to rising without complaint, hardship does not paralyze you. If you are used to eating with moderation, scarcity does not terrify you. Strength is built by rehearsing what could be lost, so that loss cannot break you. Indifference to comfort is therefore a form of freedom. The one who cannot rise without softness is enslaved. The one who cannot function without indulgence is weak. But the one who can rise at will, eat with restraint, endure discomfort with calm, that person is free. Free, not because comfort is absent, but because it no longer dictates action. This discipline, practiced each morning, builds a life of steadiness. It is not about denying all pleasure, but about never bowing to it. It is not about suffering for its own sake, but about strengthening the will against weakness. To begin the day by mastering comfort is to set a tone of courage and clarity. The hours that follow are no longer ruled by appetite, but by reason. And so the morning becomes a training ground. The bed teaches rising. The table teaches moderation. The world teaches endurance. Each act of indifference builds fortitude. Each refusal of indulgence strengthens freedom. The Stoics knew that life will test you in ways you cannot control. But by mastering comfort at dawn, you step into the day already victorious, already trained, already stronger than ease. This is the lesson of morning indifference, that true strength is not found in luxury, but in the quiet choice to rise above it. Resisting the pull of comfort strengthens the will. Yet discipline without perspective can harden into severity. The Stoics knew that fortitude must be balanced by appreciation, that strength without gratitude risks becoming bitterness. But their gratitude was not the shallow kind, sold in slogans or repeated as empty affirmations. It was deeper, more demanding, and more freeing. They spoke of giving thanks, not because life always provided ease, but because every moment, whether painful or pleasant, was a gift from nature itself. This gratitude carried no expectation, no bargaining, no demand for return. It was the acceptance of life as it is, without insisting that it conform to desire. Modern culture often distorts gratitude into a tool for self-improvement. Write a list, repeat phrases, think positively, and you will feel happier. The Stoics rejected such manipulation. For them, gratitude was not about producing a mood, but about seeing truth. Life owes nothing. The universe does not bend itself to your comfort. To receive even a single breath is fortune. To wake, to see, to think, to love. All of this could have been denied, and yet it is here. Gratitude arises naturally when this reality is recognized. It is not a hack, but a worldview. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to thank the gods for what he had, rather than complain about what he lacked. Seneca taught that the wise person takes joy not in abundance, but in sufficiency. Epictetus urged his students to see every event, even hardship, as part of a larger order to be accepted with gratitude for the chance it gave to practice virtue. None of them promised that gratitude would erase pain. They promised instead that gratitude would anchor the soul so that pain could not corrupt it. The heart of Stoic gratitude lies in its lack of expectation. Modern positivity often carries hidden demands. I am grateful today so that tomorrow will reward me with more. The Stoics stripped this away. They warned against thanking life as if it were a merchant keeping accounts. True gratitude is unconditional. It gives thanks for what is, not for what it might produce. This detachment transforms gratitude from a tool of craving into a practice of freedom. To practice gratitude without expectation in the morning is to stand before the day with open hands. You do not demand that it provide only joy or success. You accept that it may bring hardship and still give thanks for the chance to meet it. This posture protects against disappointment. If you thank only when life is pleasant, gratitude collapses in adversity. If you thank without condition, gratitude survives everything. This discipline also deepens resilience. When hardship comes, most people respond with resentment. They feel cheated, as though life has failed them. But if you have trained in gratitude without expectation, you see hardship differently. You thank life for the chance to practice courage, to strengthen patience, to prove virtue. The event is no longer an insult, but an opportunity. This shift dissolves bitterness and transforms suffering into growth. Morning is the most powerful time for this practice. The first thoughts after waking often shape the lens through which the day is seen. To begin with unconditional thanks is to frame the hours ahead as gifts rather than burdens. This does not mean ignoring pain. It means recognizing that even pain is part of the larger order and therefore worthy of acceptance. Gratitude becomes not a denial of struggle, but a deeper way of meeting it. The practice can be simple. On waking, reflect on 3 things present in your life that could easily be absent: breath, health, companionship, light, the ability to reason. Acknowledge them without demand for permanence. Say quietly to yourself, "These are gifts, not guarantees." This brief act shifts perception. You no longer move through the day clinging to what you have, but appreciating it as long as it remains. Another layer is gratitude for the ordinary. Modern positivity often seeks the spectacular, dream houses, perfect relationships, grand successes. The Stoics looked instead at the simplest facts. Seneca thanked fortune for bread, for water, for the absence of torment. Marcus wrote that to be alive at all was a gift. By focusing on what is often overlooked, gratitude becomes constant. Ordinary moments turn sacred when recognized as undeserved blessings. This practice also teaches humility. Gratitude without expectation acknowledges dependence. You did not create the sun. You did not guarantee your health. You did not secure your survival alone. Everything rests on countless causes beyond your control. Recognizing this dissolves arrogance. It turns entitlement into reverence. You approach life not as a master demanding payment, but as a guest thankful for the meal. The discipline carries over into relationships. When you expect others to behave in certain ways, disappointment poisons connection. But when you practice gratitude without expectation, you appreciate them as they are. A friend's loyalty is no longer demanded but cherished. A partner's kindness is not owed but treasured. Even small gestures become meaningful when you see them as gifts rather than rights. This shift transforms how you relate, reducing conflict and deepening love. Gratitude without condition also curbs desire. Much of human suffering comes from craving more than what is present. The Stoics taught that he who is content with little is truly rich. By thanking life for what already exists, desire loosens its grip. You stop chasing endlessly and begin to rest in sufficiency. This does not mean abandoning ambition, but ambition becomes ninth, directed toward virtue rather than possessions. The practice is not always easy. The mind rebels, especially in pain. It wants to demand, to complain, to resent. But it is precisely here that gratitude without expectation shows its strength. To say thank you in joy is common. To say thank you in hardship is uncommon. Yet, it is in hardship that the practice reveals its deepest power. It allows the soul to stand unbroken, even when fortune turns cruel. This gratitude is also protective against vanity. When success arrives, it is easy to believe it is entirely your doing. Gratitude reminds you that countless factors outside your control shape the result. This recognition keeps pride from swelling and keeps perspective intact. You enjoy success without being owned by it. You appreciate without inflating the ego. Modern science again echoes these truths. Studies show that gratitude improves mental health, reduces stress, and strengthens relationships. But the Stoic form is sharper. It is not about feeling good, but about seeing clearly. It does not depend on outcome, but on perception. It is gratitude practiced as discipline, not mood. This makes it durable, able to withstand storms. Over time, this practice reshapes character. You become less reactive, more accepting, more appreciative. You meet life not as a debtor demanding payment, but as a student, thankful for lessons. The bitterness that corrodes so many lives finds no soil in you. Instead, resilience and peace grow naturally. And so the morning, begun with gratitude, without expectation, becomes a shield against the day. Whatever arrives, joy, pain, success, failure, you meet it with the same posture. Thank you for this chance. Gratitude is no longer a trick to feel better, but a way of living free. It is not a transaction, but a transformation. The Stoics knew this, and they left us the practice, not as a hack, but as a path. To walk it is to discover strength in every breath, contentment in every moment, and freedom in every circumstance. Gratitude without expectations softens the heart and clears the mind. But even gratitude needs a focus if it is to guide action. The Stoics understood that the mind, once awake, drifts quickly unless tethered. For this reason, they returned again and again to short maxims, lines so concentrated with wisdom that a single phrase could hold steady an entire day. Reading one line at dawn was not about filling the head with knowledge, but about sharpening intention. A sentence chosen well becomes more than words. It becomes a compass. A maxim works because it is small enough to remember, yet large enough to shape conduct. The morning is not a time for complicated arguments or long treatises. The mind at dawn is clear but delicate, and what it takes in first will echo. A single Stoic line carried into the day functions as both reminder and anchor. It prevents distraction, tempers reaction, and recalls the soul to what matters when chaos threatens. Marcus Aurelius did this in his meditations. He wrote brief notes, often no more than a sentence, because he knew that a thought too long would be forgotten in the noise of duty. Seneca, in his letters, distilled lessons into short principles that could be recalled in a moment of trial. Epictetus, in his teachings, repeated simple truths so that students could hold them even under pressure. The art was not in saying much, but in saying enough that memory could guard the mind. When you read a single line at dawn, you are not seeking novelty, you are seeking clarity. It may be the same line for weeks, repeated until it becomes part of you. Repetition is not weakness, it is reinforcement. Just as a soldier drills the same movements until they are second nature, the Stoic repeats the same truths until they guide action without hesitation. The choice of line matters. It must be timeless, rooted in virtue, stripped of ornament. Something like, "You have power over your mind, not outside events," or "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants," or "Death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back." Each of these, read in the quiet of dawn, can frame the hours ahead. They are not to be admired as literature, but to be tested in practice. The act of reading is only the beginning. The true work is carrying the line with you. To read and forget is wasted. To read and apply is transformation. Throughout the day, return to it in thought. When irritation rises, recall the maxim. When desire tempts, recall the maxim. When hardship strikes, recall the maxim. The line becomes a shield, a lens, a constant reminder of reason over impulse. This practice also counters the flood of modern information. Today, countless voices compete for attention. News, messages, opinions bombard the mind before breakfast. To begin, instead with one line, is to declare sovereignty over attention. It is to choose your first influence, rather than letting the world choose for you. The simplicity protects you from being scattered. It gives the day a clear thread to follow. The effect compounds over time. A single day with one line may feel subtle, but weeks and months of carrying maxims shape character. The same truths, repeated daily, engrave themselves into the soul. You become less reactive, not because you force yourself, but because the principle has become part of your nature. The line ceases to be external instruction and becomes inner voice. This practice also teaches humility. To return to a single sentence is to admit that wisdom is not about knowing much, but about living well. Knowledge without practice is vanity. One line lived is worth more than a library unread. The Stoics knew this, and focused not on collecting endless theories, but on embodying a few principles fully. The discipline requires honesty. It is easy to read a line and nod, harder to let it confront you. If the maxim says, "Do not waste time," then you must face the hours lost in distraction. If it says, "Be indifferent to what is not yours to control," then you must face your attachment to outcomes. The line becomes a mirror, exposing weakness as much as guiding strength. But this exposure is the beginning of change. Another value of this practice is constancy. Life shifts endlessly, but a principle does not. Carrying one maxim through the day steadies you amid flux. Whatever happens, you return to the same truth. It is a fixed star in a stormy sky. This constancy builds resilience because you no longer drift with circumstance. You align with principle. Morning maxims also shape relationships. A line about patience changes how you speak to those who provoke. A line about justice alters how you treat those who depend on you. A line about courage strengthens you when fear would silence you. These changes may seem small, but repeated daily, they transform the way you live with others. Philosophy becomes visible, not in speeches, but in conduct. The simplicity of the practice also protects against pride. It is difficult to boast about reading one line. There is no display, no performance, only quiet repetition. This humility keeps the focus where it belongs, not on showing knowledge, but on living it. It reminds you daily that wisdom is not entertainment, but discipline. Modern psychology echoes the power of such focus. Cognitive research shows that carrying a single phrase or intention directs attention, reduces stress, and increases follow-through. The brain thrives on clarity, not clutter. A maxim functions as a filter, helping you ignore distractions and return to what matters. The Stoics intuited this long before science confirmed it. Over years, the practice deepens. Some lines will accompany you for life, becoming part of identity. Others will serve for a season, guiding you through specific struggles. The key is not variety, but sincerity. Whatever the line, it must be lived. To live even one Stoic sentence fully is to embody philosophy in its truest form. And so the morning, which began with gratitude, is given sharper direction by a single maxim. You rise not with a vague sense of virtue, but with a clear principle to carry. This line is your anchor, your reminder, your teacher. Throughout the day, it returns you to clarity. At night, it asks whether you lived by it. In this way, one sentence becomes the thread that ties reflection to action, silence to speech, thought to life. It is a small practice, yet within it lies the art of shaping a soul that is steady, strong, and free. Carrying a single line through the day sharpens intention, yet even a maxim can remain abstract if the senses are left untrained. The Stoics taught that wisdom is not only in thought but in perception itself. How you see the world determines how you respond to it. The first glance of the morning, often wasted in distraction or habit, can become a powerful exercise in stillness. This is the discipline of the Stoic gaze. Using your first sight of the day, not as passive reception, but as deliberate training for the mind. The eyes are restless, they dart, they scan, they seek stimulation. Left untrained, they carry the mind into scattered attention. But when directed with discipline, the gaze becomes an anchor. The Stoics knew that by focusing attention on a single object, the soul learns restraint. The object itself is less important than the act of holding the gaze. It may be a candle flame, a simple stone, a tree outside the window, even the shape of your own hand. The training lies in stillness, in resisting the urge to wander. This exercise teaches that control begins at the smallest level. If you cannot hold your eyes steady, how will you hold your judgment steady? If you cannot focus on one thing, how will you resist the flood of distractions waiting to seize you? The Stoic gaze builds the muscle of attention. It trains you to look deliberately, rather than consume passively. This act, small in appearance, carries great weight in practice. The morning is the ideal time. At dawn, the mind is fresh, the world quieter, the senses more open. To direct your gaze, then, is to shape the quality of perception for the hours ahead. The first sight you choose is not random, but intentional. It declares, "I will not stumble into the day pulled by chance. I will see with purpose." This framing influences every subsequent act of perception. There is also humility in the practice. To focus on one simple object is to accept that wisdom begins in the ordinary. The world does not need to be spectacular to be meaningful. A single leaf, a beam of light, the texture of wood, all can teach stillness if observed with full presence. The Stoics valued simplicity, and this gaze is a reminder that virtue is trained, not in extraordinary events but in daily discipline. The practice strengthens patience. The restless mind resists stillness, urging the eyes to move, the thoughts to wander. Holding focus builds endurance. You learn that restlessness passes if you do not obey it. This patience, once trained, extends into other areas. You become more patient in conversation, more deliberate in decision, more resistant to impulse. What begins with the eyes becomes a virtue of the whole character. There is also a moral dimension. To train the gaze is to train respect. When you learn to hold sight on one object without rushing, you learn to see people more deeply as well. You no longer reduce them to impressions or stereotypes. You attend to them with care. In this way, a morning exercise extends into compassion, teaching you to look at others not superficially, but with presence. Modern science again echoes the Stoics. Research on mindfulness shows that focused attention stabilizes mood, reduces anxiety, and strengthens cognitive control. Eye training in particular calms the nervous system and lowers reactivity. The Stoics practiced this without laboratories, guided by observation and reason. They saw that clarity begins not in abstract thought, but in the senses, and by disciplining perception, they disciplined the mind. The Stoic gaze also teaches detachment. When you focus on one object, you learn to see without immediately labeling. The mind wants to judge. This is beautiful. This is ugly. This is valuable. This is useless. By suspending judgment and simply holding the gaze, you train yourself to observe without attachment. This detachment carries into daily life. You become less swayed by appearances, less quick to form biased conclusions. You see things as they are, not as your impulses declare them to be. Another lesson lies in transiensis. Hold your gaze on light, and you see it shift. Hold it on a flame, and you see it flicker. Hold it on a leaf, and you see it tremble. Even in stillness, change is constant. The gaze trains you to accept impermanence, not as threat, but as truth. When later in the day life shifts unexpectedly, you recall the lesson. Nothing stays fixed, yet focus can remain steady. The discipline also shapes gratitude. When you give full attention to a single object, you notice details normally ignored. The veins of a leaf, the grain of wood, the softness of light. These details reveal the richness of what seemed ordinary. Gratitude grows not by collecting more, but by seeing more deeply. The Stoic gaze teaches that the world is abundant when observed with care. This practice resists the modern flood of visual noise. Today, the eyes are bombarded from the moment of waking. Screens, messages, advertisements. The gaze exercise interrupts this flood. It says, "Before I give my eyes to the world, I will claim them for myself." This act reclaims sovereignty. It protects the mind from being shaped immediately by others, and instead grounds it in chosen perception. Over time, the training alters identity. You become someone who sees deliberately, who notices rather than skims, who observes before reacting. This character shift reduces error and increases wisdom. Decisions become clearer because perception is not clouded. Relationships improve because attention is genuine. Life becomes richer because detail is honored. The Stoic gaze is deceptively simple. To look at one thing in the morning may seem minor, but the depth lies in repetition. Each day the eyes learn stillness, the mind learns patience, the soul learns detachment. Over months and years, this steady training produces clarity that no distraction can easily shake. And so, after carrying a maxim through the day, The next discipline is to focus the senses themselves. Words guide thought, but the gaze guides perception. To master both is to live not only with principles in the mind, but with clarity in the eyes. Each morning, the first sight becomes training, a small act that builds stillness, presence, and strength for everything that follows. Training the eyes to rest on one object sharpens stillness, but stillness alone is not the end. The Stoics insisted that clarity and perception must serve something greater, virtue. What use is calm sight if it does not translate into action guided by principle? For them, the true purpose of philosophy was to live according to reason and to embody the four cardinal virtues: courage, wisdom, temperance, and justice. The morning when the mind is not yet entangled in the noise of the day offers the perfect ground for this rehearsal. Before stepping into the world, the Stoic prepares the soul, as a musician tunes an instrument, ensuring that every note of conduct will resonate with harmony. Rehearsal of virtue is not abstract theorizing. It is deliberate visualization of how these principles will be tested in the hours ahead. You know the day will not pass without challenge. Fear will rise, demanding courage. Ignorance will appear, demanding wisdom. Desire will tempt, demanding temperance. Injustice will show itself, demanding justice. By rehearsing these encounters before they come, you shape your responses in advance. The mind becomes armed, not with rigid scripts, but with readiness. Courage is the first to rehearse. The morning is the time to recall that fear will appear in large or small forms. It may be the fear of conflict, the fear of failure, the fear of rejection. Left unexamined, fear distorts judgment. But by rehearsing courage, you remind yourself that fear is not master. You visualize yourself speaking when silence would be cowardice, persisting when retreat would be easier, facing discomfort rather than hiding. This rehearsal does not eliminate fear, but shrinks its power, making room for action, guided by principle rather than panic. Wisdom follows. The day will confront you with choices, some trivial, some weighty. Without preparation, the mind rushes, reacts, and errors. By rehearsing wisdom, you recall the importance of perspective. You remind yourself to pause before judgment, to look for causes beneath appearances, to weigh consequences, not by desire, but by truth. In this rehearsal, you see yourself asking, what is within my control and what is not? What is truly good and what is indifferent? By doing so, you strengthen the habit of clarity, preparing to act not on impulse but on reason. Temperance must also be practiced. The day will tempt with excess, too much food, too much comfort, too much indulgence in words or actions. Without preparation, appetite leads easily to waste. By rehearsing temperance, you set intention to choose balance. You visualize yourself taking what is enough, refusing what is unnecessary, holding back when excess would harm. This does not mean denying all pleasure, but using it wisely, never becoming its slave. The morning rehearsal of temperance prepares you to carry moderation as armor into a world that constantly invites excess. Justice, the highest virtue, completes the rehearsal. The day will test your fairness, your treatment of others, your willingness to give what is due. Injustice is everywhere. Arrogance, selfishness, neglect, and it tempts you to respond in kind. But by rehearsing justice, you remind yourself that every human shares the same nature, that no one exists outside the common bond of reason. You visualize yourself acting with fairness even when others do not, showing kindness where anger would be easier, speaking truth where silence would be safer. Justice rehearsed in the morning becomes justice lived when the test arrives. The power of this rehearsal lies in foresight. Just as an athlete visualizes the race before running, or a soldier visualizes the battle before fighting, the Stoic visualizes moral trials before facing them. This reduces surprise, sharpens composure, and strengthens resolve. The mind, already trained, meets the event with familiarity. What others see as sudden, you see as expected. You are less shaken because you rehearsed. The rehearsal also deepens identity. Each morning you remind yourself not only of what you will face, but of who you are committed to being. You are not merely someone seeking comfort or survival. You are a practitioner of courage, wisdom, temperance, and justice. These virtues become not distant ideals, but living roles you step into daily. Over time, they define your character until rehearsal and reality merge. This discipline also prevents hypocrisy. Many admire virtue in theory yet fail in practice because they never prepare for its cost. Courage is praised until fear arrives. Temperance is praised until desire burns. Justice is praised until advantage tempts. Wisdom is praised until impulse rules. The morning rehearsal strips away this illusion. It forces you to see that virtue requires readiness, that without daily preparation, good intentions collapse. There is humility in this act. To rehearse virtue each morning is to admit weakness, to recognize that you are not yet the perfect sage. You know you will falter without preparation, so you prepare. This humility is strength because it protects you from arrogance and keeps you on the path of growth. Each day becomes training, each morning a renewal of commitment. Science again supports the Stoic method. Studies on mental rehearsal show that visualizing behavior strengthens neural pathways, making it more likely that the behavior will occur. Athletes, musicians, and leaders use this technique with measurable success. The Stoics applied it to moral life. By rehearsing virtue, you build the mental patterns that make virtuous action natural. It becomes less a strain and more a reflex. This practice also reshapes relationships. When you begin the day having rehearsed justice, you treat others with greater fairness. When you rehearse temperance, you bring moderation into conversation, resisting the urge to dominate. When you rehearse wisdom, you listen more carefully, seeking truth rather than victory. When you rehearse courage, you defend those who cannot defend themselves. Virtue rehearsed privately becomes virtue expressed publicly, and the world benefits from your preparation. The rehearsal of virtue in the morning also shields against regret. Many end days wishing they had spoken with more courage, acted with more justice, chosen more temperance, or sought more wisdom. By preparing in the morning, you reduce the gap between intention and action. You begin the day with alignment, and this alignment lowers the chance of remorse when evening comes. Another strength of this practice is its constancy. Circumstances shift, wealth comes and goes, health rises and falls, but virtue remains available. You cannot control fortune, but you can always control how you embody courage, wisdom, temperance, and justice. The rehearsal each morning reminds you of this unchanging truth. It frees you from dependence on luck and anchors you in character. The practice does not require long hours. A few minutes of deliberate thought is enough. The key is sincerity. You must truly picture yourself facing difficulty and choosing the path of virtue. Without sincerity, the exercise becomes empty. With sincerity, it becomes transformative. Over years, this daily rehearsal shapes a life. You no longer wake unprepared, tossed by events. You wake, trained, already grounded in the highest principles. The virtues become your armor, your compass, your identity. You move through the world, not as a passive participant, but as an active practitioner of philosophy. And so, after training perception through the morning gaze, you train conduct through the rehearsal of virtue. You step into the day, not empty-handed, but equipped with the 4 unshakable pillars of Stoicism: courage to face fear, wisdom to guide action, temperance to master desire, and justice to honor others. This is the morning oath of the Stoic, renewed daily, lived hourly, carried faithfully until night returns. The rehearsal of virtue equips the mind with direction, but even the best intentions collapse if the day does not begin. The very act of rising is itself a test, and for many, it is where the first battle is lost. The alarm clock rings, and instead of stepping into life, resistance sets in. The warmth of the bed becomes an argument, the heaviness of the body becomes an excuse, and the mind, still fogged with sleep, invents reasons to delay. The Stoics would not dismiss this as trivial. They would see it as the opening struggle, where discipline is either chosen or surrendered. The alarm clock is not just a device. It is a symbol of resistance. It announces the gap between intention and action, between duty and desire. To confront it properly is to transform the moment of irritation into a meditation on freedom. Marcus Aurelius scolded himself for his reluctance to rise, reminding his soul that he was made not for comfort, but for work, not for hiding, but for action. He treated wake-up resistance as weakness, and he answered it with reason. This is the essence of the practice, to see the alarm not as an enemy, but as a teacher. When the sound strikes, the mind wants to negotiate. 5 more minutes, just a little longer. But each delay feeds weakness. The Stoics knew that indulgence in small things breeds failure in greater ones. To rise at once when reason says rise is to affirm control over desire. The discipline begins in this simple choice. You say with action, I am not ruled by comfort. I am guided by principle. This practice reshapes the way you see discipline itself. Discipline is often misunderstood as punishment, as denial. The Stoics saw it differently. Discipline is freedom, the freedom from being dragged by impulse. The alarm then becomes a reminder of whether you are free or enslaved. Do you obey the pull of warmth, or do you obey the call of reason? This question answered each morning defines the pattern of your day. There is also humility in this struggle. It reveals how fragile the will can be, how easily it bends before the smallest temptation. But humility is useful because it drives you to train. Each morning, the alarm becomes practice in strengthening resolve. Each time you rise without delay, you reinforce the habit of meeting difficulty with action. Slowly, resistance loses power. Science supports what the Stoics intuited. Studies on habit formation show that the first act of the day sets the tone for self-control. Delaying wake-up strengthens procrastination. Rising promptly strengthens follow-through. The nervous system learns patterns quickly, and repetition hardens them. By confronting the alarm with discipline, you teach the mind to act rather than avoid. This habit carried into other areas reduces hesitation and increases resilience. The alarm also teaches mortality. Each ring is another morning granted, another chance that could have been denied. To delay rising is to treat life as endless, but the Stoic knows it is not. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that death waits, that time is limited. The alarm is a call to live, not tomorrow, but now. To ignore it is to waste what cannot be reclaimed. To rise is to honor the gift of time. This discipline does not end with rising. It reshapes how you approach the rest of the day. When you begin with victory over resistance, you carry momentum. The will is sharpened, the mind steadied, the soul strengthened. Tasks later in the day seem lighter because you already conquered the hardest opponent, your own reluctance. This victory cannot be bought by ease. It must be earned in the silence of morning. To transform the alarm into meditation, approach it deliberately. Do not treat the sound as annoyance, but as reminder. When it rings, pause for a breath. Remind yourself, I was not made for lying still, but for fulfilling my role. I rise because life calls, and life will not call forever. This thought, brief but powerful, converts irritation into clarity. You rise, not begrudgingly, but purposefully. The practice also shapes gratitude. To wake at all is fortune. Many did not open their eyes this morning. The alarm, harsh as it sounds, is a declaration that you are still here. To resist it is to resent life itself. To embrace it is to thank life for another chance to practice virtue. This perspective turns duty into privilege. Rising becomes less about obligation and more about honoring the fact that you can. Over time, this morning confrontation builds fortitude. You no longer see yourself as a passive being dragged by desires, but as an active agent directing them. You no longer fear hardship because you face it daily in the simplest form, rising when you do not wish to. You no longer waste time because you know that delay in the morning breeds regret at night. And so the tyranny of the alarm is broken. not by silencing it, but by transforming it. What feels like a burden becomes training. What feels like irritation becomes instruction. Each ring is a call to discipline, a reminder of mortality, a summons to gratitude, a test of freedom. By meeting it with readiness, you begin the day as a Stoic should, awake, not only in body but in soul, prepared to live with strength from the very first moment. Rising at the call of the alarm is a victory, but the battle is not finished simply by leaving the bed. The way you carry yourself in those first steps after waking has the power to either support or undermine the clarity you fought to claim. The Stoics understood that the body is not separate from the mind, but its companion and reflection. They saw posture, stance, and presence as moral expressions. A bent back, a sluggish gait, a careless slump, all of these shape thought as much as they reveal it. To rise as though defeated is to begin the day already weakened. To rise with steadiness is to declare to yourself and to the world that you are prepared. The body is a temple, not because it is warped, but because it houses reason. The Stoics did not promote vanity or obsession with appearance, but they recognized the deep connection between physical presence and inner state. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the soul takes on the dye of its thoughts, and in the same way, the body takes on the form of its spirit. When the body is carried with dignity, the mind follows. When the body collapses into laziness, the mind is pulled down with it. The act of standing tall, of opening the chest, of meeting the day with upright bearing, is itself philosophy in motion. On rising, posture becomes the first practice of embodiment. Shoulders rolled back, head lifted, breath steady. These signals are not merely external. They send messages inward, telling the nervous system that strength is present. Modern science confirms what Stoics intuited. Posture influences mood, confidence, and clarity. A straight spine reduces stress responses, increases alertness, and fosters resilience. The ancients may not have measured hormones, but they knew by experience that carrying oneself with presence shaped perception. Presence is not only physical but also moral. To walk into the day with composure is to remind yourself that your body is an instrument for virtue. It is the vessel through which courage speaks, through which justice acts, through which temperance restrains, through which wisdom engages. To treat the body carelessly is to dull the instrument. To carry it deliberately is to honor its role. This discipline extends beyond posture alone. Presence includes how you breathe, how you step, how you hold stillness. When the breath is shallow, the mind scatters. When steps drag, the will weakens. When stillness is restless, composure falters. But when breath is deep, steps firm, and stillness calm, the entire being is aligned. The Stoics understood this alignment as living in accord with nature, because the body, like the mind, functions best when balanced. Morning is the foundation. If you rise sluggish, it sets a pattern of sluggishness. If you rise with dignity, that dignity flows into action. The first moments of presence define the day's posture, both physical and mental. You do not need grand rituals. Simply standing fully, acknowledging your strength, and refusing collapse is enough to train resilience. The lesson is that clarity is not only in thought, but also in stance. There is humility in this awareness. To treat the body as temple is to care for it not with indulgence, but with respect. It is not decoration, but duty. The Stoics warned against both neglect and excess. Overindulgence weakens, but disregard dishonors. The middle path is to recognize the body as partner to reason, to maintain it with moderation, and to use it in service of virtue. Rising with presence each morning is the daily affirmation of this partnership. This practice also influences how others perceive you. The Stoics were not concerned with reputation for its own sake, but they knew that presence communicates character. When you stand tall, speak clearly, and move deliberately, you project steadiness that benefits those around you. Your composure calms, your steadiness reassures, your dignity invites respect. Presence, then, is not selfish. It contributes to the order of community. Over time, training, posture, and presence shapes identity. You become someone who meets the world, not hunched in avoidance, but open in engagement. You face hardship, not by shrinking, but by standing firm. This habit builds confidence, not from arrogance, but from consistency. You trust yourself because you have trained both mind and body to reflect discipline. This discipline also prepares you for mortality. The way you rise each morning becomes the way you face the final rising. To stand with dignity at dawn is to rehearse standing with dignity at the end. The Stoics reminded themselves often that death could come at any moment. To meet it with presence requires practice, and every morning provides that chance. The body trained daily learns to mirror the courage the soul seeks. Presence is also a form of gratitude. To carry the body with strength is to honor the fact that it still serves you. Not everyone wakes with the ability to stand tall, to walk steadily, to breathe deeply. To waste these gifts through carelessness is to dishonor them. By rising with deliberate posture, you acknowledge the fortune of being alive, of having a body capable of action. This gratitude deepens discipline, turning what seems small into sacred. And so the morning, which began with resistance to the alarm, continues with the discipline of presence. The body becomes the first arena of practice. Each stance, each breath, each step is training. By treating the body as temple, you ensure that the soul it houses has a worthy dwelling. This is how the Stoic begins the day. Not collapsed, not careless, but upright, steady, and prepared to live with clarity. To rise with presence is to declare readiness. But readiness can be stolen in an instant if attention is surrendered. In our age, the first temptation is not only the warmth of bed or the weight of food, but the pull of glowing screens. Before the body has fully stretched, messages, headlines, and endless streams of noise demand entry. The Stoics, though living in another time, warned against exactly this kind of slavery, being pulled by external forces instead of guiding oneself by reason. Morning abstinence from digital distractions is the modern form of Stoic indifference. A deliberate choice to protect sovereignty over the mind before the world lays claim to it. Attention is the most valuable possession you hold. Money can be lost and regained. Health may fade and recover. Reputation may rise and fall. But the use of attention determines the quality of every moment. To give it away at the start of the day, to devices, is to begin already defeated. The Stoics spoke often about guarding the citadel of the mind, treating it as sacred ground, to allow every notification, every headline, every demand to march straight in is to abandon that citadel without resistance. Abstinence does not mean hatred of technology. The Stoics did not condemn tools. They condemned misuse. A sword can defend or destroy. Fire can warm or burn. Wealth can serve or enslave. So too with digital tools. The discipline lies not in rejection, but in control. To abstain in the morning is to declare that you will decide when and how attention is used. It is to begin the day with inward command rather than outward reaction. The danger of beginning with screens is not only distraction, but distortion. What you see first colors how you perceive everything after. A headline of disaster, a message of conflict, a picture designed to provoke envy. All of these shape your mood before you have chosen your principle. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning of the kinds of people and events he would meet, preparing his mind in advance. To begin with, digital noise is to let someone else perform that rehearsal for you, often with motives of profit or manipulation. Abstinence reclaims this preparation for yourself. The practice is simple, yet demanding. On waking, resist the impulse to reach for the device. Allow breath, thought, presence, and intention to form before exposure to the world. This may be minutes or an hour, but it must be deliberate. Fill that space with Stoic practices already trained. Negative, visualization, journaling, rehearsal of virtue, focused gaze. By the time you approach technology, you do so with strength, not fragility. You are the master, not the slave. Science supports this discipline. Research shows that the first inputs after waking shape attention and mood throughout the day. Early digital use increases stress, fragments focus, and diminishes productivity. By abstaining, you protect neural pathways from being hijacked before reason has engaged. This is not superstition, but physiology, aligning perfectly with Stoic advice to guard the soul at its most vulnerable. There is also a moral dimension. When you abstain from distractions in the morning, you remind yourself that your life is not owed to the demands of others. You reclaim ownership of your time. This does not mean neglecting duty. It means ordering duty rightly. You are more useful to others when you first anchor yourself. The Stoics taught that service must come from strength, not from panic or weakness. To serve well, you must first be free. This abstinence builds resilience against manipulation. Modern platforms are designed to exploit attention, to trigger impulses, to keep you reactive. By practicing indifference in the morning, you train the habit of detachment throughout the day. You learn to see digital lures as indifferent externals, neither good nor evil, valuable only if used with reason. This perspective frees you from the compulsive pull that enslaves so many. The discipline also fosters gratitude. Without the flood of digital input, you notice the world as it is. The light of dawn, the silence of morning, the simple act of breath. These are easily overlooked when the mind is immediately filled with artificial urgency. Abstinence restores sight to what is present, reminding you that reality itself is richer than any screen. Gratitude deepens when attention is undivided. Another strength of this practice is clarity in decision. If the first act of the day is reaction to external noise, your choices will be scattered. But if the first act is abstinence, your choices are guided by principle. The Stoics urged us to act not from impulse but from reason, and reason requires space. Abstinence creates that space, allowing intention to form before the world intrudes. This discipline also protects relationships. To begin the day with a device is to turn away from those physically present, family, partners, even yourself. Abstinence allows space for human connection before digital intrusion. It honors the reality of those near you, treating them as more important than distant voices. The Stoics spoke of justice as giving each their due. Morning attention given rightly is a form of justice to those who share your life. The struggle with digital distractions is not trivial. It is the modern form of temptation, constant and subtle. But like all temptation, it can be trained against. Each morning abstained from is a victory. Each act of restraint strengthens sovereignty. Over time, you feel less pulled, less anxious, less reactive. The mind becomes calmer, the soul steadier, because attention is no longer scattered at the first light of day. Abstinence in the morning is not about denial, but about freedom. It is the refusal to surrender the most sacred resource, attention, before reason has chosen its path. The Stoics would see it as a modern application of their ancient principle, to be indifferent to what does not depend on us, and to focus only on what belongs to us. Attention belongs to you. Reclaim it each morning, and you begin the day as a Stoic, sovereign, steady, and unshaken by the noise of the world. Abstaining from digital noise restores sovereignty, but the mind requires more than freedom from distraction. It needs a compass pointing to what truly matters. The Stoics believe that nothing sharpens perspective more powerfully than the remembrance of death. To meet the sunrise and recall that one day you will not see it again is not morbid, it is clarifying. This ritual, known as memento mori, transforms dawn into both a warning and a gift. It strips away illusion, cuts through trivial concerns, and directs attention to virtue and meaning. When the first light touches the horizon, it carries a message. Time is passing and your share of it is finite. Each sunrise is both renewal and countdown. The Stoics urge daily reflection on mortality, not to paralyze but to energize. Seneca wrote that life is long if you know how to use it, yet most squander it in distraction. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that he could leave life at any moment, and therefore each action must be worthy of his last. Epictetus taught that to remember death is to live with freedom, because fear of loss no longer enslaves you. The ritual of remembering death at sunrise is powerful because it pairs contrast, the birth of a day with the certainty of your own end. This duality awakens urgency. You cannot watch the sun climb and tell yourself there will always be more time. You know, with each rising, that one day it will rise without you. Instead of despair, this recognition produces intensity. You speak more honestly. You act with more care. You love more fiercely because delay is no longer acceptable. This discipline is not about dramatizing death, but about stripping life of illusion. Most live as if time is endless, as if tomorrow is promised. The result is postponement. Goals delayed, words unsaid, virtues neglected. Memento mori ends postponement. It says, today is certain, tomorrow is not. Use what you have. Live as though this day must carry the weight of your whole character. This shift changes not only large decisions, but the smallest choices. How you speak to a stranger, how you eat a meal, how you carry yourself in silence. The morning is the most fitting time for this reflection. At dawn, the mind is fresh, uncluttered, and the symbolism is unmistakable. Night has passed. You have awakened, but you may not awaken again tomorrow. This moment is a rehearsal of life itself. Darkness yielding to light, silence yielding to breath. To remember mortality here is to see the fragility of existence clearly. It transforms gratitude from sentiment into urgency. This practice also strengthens courage. Fear of death lies behind many other fears. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of change. When you confront mortality directly, lesser fears lose their hold. What is failure compared to death? What is embarrassment compared to the brevity of life? By rehearsing death each morning, you immunize yourself against hesitation. You act not recklessly, but bravely, because you know delay is the real danger. There is also a moral dimension. Remembering death calls you to live with justice. If today were your last, would you choose cruelty, dishonesty, or neglect? Would you waste hours in anger or envy? The thought of death cleanses priorities. It reminds you that what endures is not wealth or reputation, but the integrity of actions. Each sunrise becomes an oath. If this is my final day, let it be marked by virtue. Modern psychology confirms the effect. Studies on mortality awareness show that when people are reminded of death, they shift focus from trivial pursuits to meaningful goals. They strengthen relationships, act more authentically, and live with greater purpose. The Stoics knew this without research. They practiced daily mortality meditation precisely because it sharpened the will to live fully. The ritual can be simple. Step outside at sunrise or stand before the light. Acknowledge silently, one day I will not see this. Then ask, what will I do today so that when my time comes, I am not ashamed? This brief act reframes the hours ahead. Complaints shrink, gratitude grows, virtue rises to the surface. The day is no longer ordinary, it is sacred because it may be the last. There is humility in this practice. To remember death is to remember that you are not the center of the universe. Generations have risen and fallen before you, and countless will after. The sun has risen for billions of years and will continue when you are gone. This dissolves arrogance. It teaches you that your task is not to control eternity, but to live your brief span well. The ritual also deepens connection with others. When you recall that each person you meet is mortal, your treatment of them changes. You are gentler with those you love, more patient with those who frustrate you, more compassionate with those who struggle. Memento mori reminds you that all share the same fate. This awareness nurtures justice not as theory, but as lived compassion. The remembrance of death at sunrise also frees you from regret. Many waste years clinging to the past, replaying mistakes or nursing grudges. When you reflect on mortality, you see that time is too short for such indulgence. The past cannot be changed. The future is not promised. Only the present is yours. This clarity liberates you from chains of regret and directs you toward immediate action. This discipline also tempers desire. Knowing life is short, you stop hoarding possessions or chasing endless status. You realize that no amount of wealth or fame will change the final outcome. What matters is how you live, not how much you accumulate. This simplicity brings peace. You stop competing for what does not endure and focus instead on virtue, which death cannot erase. Over time, the practice transforms your relationship with life itself. You no longer fear death as enemy, but accept it as boundary. You no longer waste mornings in delay, but treat each as a final rehearsal. You no longer drift aimlessly, but walk deliberately, knowing that each step could be the last. The ritual of remembering death at sunrise gives weight to life without crushing it, urgency without panic, depth without despair. And so, after guarding attention from distraction, the next act of the morning is to face the ultimate truth. The sun rises. One day you will not to remember. This is not to darken the day, but to brighten it, because it awakens you to live fully. Now, Memento Mori is not about dying. It is about living with strength, clarity, and purpose. Each sunrise, each breath, each choice becomes a reminder. Time is short, but meaning is within your power. Reflecting on death at sunrise sharpens urgency and humbles pride. Yet thought alone is not enough to shape character. The Stoics insisted that philosophy must reach the body. That wisdom is not only a matter of mind, but also of flesh. What you do with your body each morning determines whether you are preparing for resilience or drifting into weakness. Choosing adversity in the form of morning exercise is therefore not vanity or mere health practice. It is the physical embodiment of philosophy. To begin the day with effort, with deliberate challenge, is to train both body and soul in the discipline of strength. The Stoics never separated mind from body. They spoke of living in accordance with nature, and nature demands movement, exertion, endurance. To rise and immediately pursue ease is to betray this truth. Marcus Aurelius, an emperor burdened with duty, reminded himself that the body must be prepared to serve reason. Seneca praised voluntary hardship, urging his students to expose themselves to discomfort so that fortune's blows would never shock them. Exercise, especially when chosen in the morning, becomes the living form of these teachings. The value lies not only in fitness, but in principle. When you wake and decide to push the body, you are declaring that comfort will not rule you. The muscles ache, the breath quickens, the mind protests, yet you persist. Each repetition, each step, each stretch is a small victory of reason over impulse. The exercise is training in courage because you confront resistance. It is training in temperance because you moderate indulgence. It is training in justice because you prepare your body to fulfill its role in service to others. It is training in wisdom because you align with nature's demand for strength. Morning exercise is adversity chosen rather than imposed. Life will force difficulty upon you in its own time. Illness, fatigue, hardship. By choosing difficulty voluntarily, you prepare for the involuntary. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum in physical form. If you can endure self-imposed trial, you will endure external trial with greater ease. The sweat, the strain, the burn become teachers. They whisper, pain is temporary, endurance is lasting. Strength is built through trial. There is also humility in the practice. Exercise exposes limits. The body tires, the muscles fail, the breath shortens. Yet this awareness is not defeat but education. It reminds you that you are mortal, that strength must be maintained, that pride without effort is hollow. By confronting weakness each morning, you remain honest about yourself. You learn respect for discipline rather than illusion of invincibility. Science today supports what the Stoics knew intuitively. Exercise releases endorphins that elevate mood, sharpens mental clarity, strengthens the immune system, and improves resilience to stress. To begin the day with physical challenge literally alters brain chemistry, preparing you for sharper decision-making and steadier composure. The ancients lacked these measurements, but they observed the same truth. A body trained in effort sustains a mind trained in reason. The choice of activity matters less than the principle. It may be running in the cold, lifting weights, practicing martial arts, or simply calisthenics on the floor. What matters is not luxury equipment or perfect conditions, but deliberate challenge. The Stoics warned against dependency on external luxury. The training must come from will, not from circumstance. To do what is difficult when ease is available is the essence of voluntary hardship. Morning is the perfect time for this adversity. At dawn, resistance is strongest. The body wants to linger and rest. The mind seeks delay. To overcome this inertia immediately is to set a tone of victory. You carry the momentum of discipline into every other task. Having defeated laziness at sunrise, you find it easier to defeat anger, temptation, and distraction. Later, the body becomes proof of your resolve, the sweat evidence of your freedom from indulgence. This practice also deepens gratitude. After strain, the simple act of stillness feels sweeter. After exertion, food nourishes more fully. After sweat, water refreshes more deeply. Exercise teaches appreciation by contrast. It reminds you that pleasure is most valued when earned. The Stoics saw this clearly. Without hardship, joy becomes dull. Without resistance, gratitude fades. Exercise restores both. Another benefit lies in service. A strong body is not only for personal pride, but for usefulness. The Stoics taught that we exist for one another. To maintain strength is to prepare yourself to serve, whether through labor, protection, or endurance of duty. Neglecting the body limits your ability to fulfill justice. Caring for it through discipline enhances your capacity to contribute. Exercise then becomes moral responsibility, not vanity. This training also reshapes identity. Each morning you see yourself overcoming, persisting, choosing difficulty. Over time, you begin to believe in your resilience. Confidence grows not from words, but from experience of trial. You know you can endure because you prove it daily. This identity carries into every sphere of life, making you less fragile, less dependent on comfort, more anchored in strength. The practice resists modern softness. Today, conveniences surround us. Elevators replace stairs, cars replace walking, devices replace labor. Without deliberate challenge, the body weakens, the mind softens, the spirit loses edge. By choosing exercise, you resist this decay. You remind yourself that luxury is not your master. You choose effort, sweat, discomfort, because these are the raw materials of resilience. The ritual can also be contemplative. While the body moves, the mind can reflect. Each step in running can be paired with a maxim. Each lift of weight can echo a principle. The strain becomes metaphor. Just as muscles grow through resistance, so the soul grows through trial. Exercise ceases to be separate from philosophy and becomes philosophy embodied. And so, the morning having faced mortality at sunrise, now continues with the practice of chosen adversity. The body becomes the arena where philosophy is tested. To choose exercise is to declare allegiance to strength, resilience, and discipline. It is to say, I will not drift into weakness. I will shape myself through effort. Each motion, each breath, each drop of sweat is proof that Stoicism is not only words on a page, but action in flesh. Through this, the body becomes servant of virtue, the temple of reason, fortified against both comfort and hardship alike. The discipline of morning exercise proves that adversity chosen strengthens both body and mind. But the test does not end when the sweat dries. The next trial comes quietly, not through strain, but through appetite. It is the table that often defeats those who conquered the training ground. The first meal of the day, simple in appearance, is in truth a battlefield where temperance is either honored or betrayed. The Stoics saw eating not as a trivial necessity, but as a moral act. How you approach breakfast reveals whether you serve reason or desire. Food is necessary, but indulgence is optional. To confuse the two is to turn nourishment into weakness. Seneca warned that gluttony enslaves the soul more surely than chains. Epictetus reminded his students that every bite must be weighed, not only by taste, but by its effect on character. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that life's pleasures, when stripped of glamour, are raw material, no more glorious than bread, oil, or wine. Their message was clear. The way you eat is a mirror of the way you live. The ethics of breakfast lies in moderation. The morning appetite is strong, because the body has fasted through the night. Desire whispers for indulgence, sweets, excess portions, unnecessary luxury. To yield is to begin the day in submission. To restrain is to begin the day in mastery. Moderation at breakfast is a rehearsal of temperance, the virtue that protects the soul from being consumed by craving. This does not mean denial of food. The Stoics never demanded starvation, only reason. Food is to be taken with gratitude and measure, enough to sustain action, but not enough to dull clarity. Overindulgence clouds the body, slows the mind, and enslaves the will. Moderation sharpens energy, steadies mood, and strengthens freedom. Each meal becomes not only fuel, but also training. The morning is especially important because it sets the pattern. A gluttonous breakfast often leads to indulgence throughout the day. A disciplined breakfast strengthens resolve for hours ahead. The Stoics recognize that small choices accumulate into habits, and habits shape destiny. To eat with temperance at dawn is to establish sovereignty before distractions appear. Moderation also teaches gratitude. When food is simple, its value becomes clearer. A piece of bread, a cup of water, a handful of fruit. When taken without extravagance, they remind you how little is required to live. Seneca practiced this deliberately, eating coarse meals to remember that fortune's gifts are unnecessary for survival. Gratitude grows when you see sufficiency not as lack but as abundance. There is humility in such practice. To eat plainly is to reject arrogance, to refuse the illusion that luxury at the table defines worth. The Stoics lived among emperors and merchants who flaunted feasts, yet they chose simplicity. They knew that extravagance in food breeds extravagance in life. Humility in meals nurtures humility in conduct. Modern science confirms the wisdom. Heavy, indulgent breakfasts spike blood sugar, drain energy, and cloud attention. Simple, balanced meals sustain focus and promote resilience. The Stoics did not speak in calories, but they understood through reason and observation that excess harms. Their focus was not health alone, but virtue. Food must serve life, not dominate it. The ethics of breakfast extends beyond portion and content. It includes attitude. To eat mindlessly, scrolling through distractions, is to miss the moral weight of the act. To eat with presence, aware of the gift before you, is to transform the meal into meditation. Each bite becomes acknowledgement. I take only what I need. I thank life for this. I will use this energy for virtue. Such mindfulness strengthens temperance and gratitude together. Moderation at breakfast also cultivates justice. In a world where many lack food, indulgence without thought becomes selfishness. To eat with measure honors not only yourself, but also the reality of others. The Stoics taught that we are part of a greater community bound by reason. Justice at the table means recognizing that your consumption is part of that whole, that your restraint honors the dignity of others. There is also freedom in this practice. The one who cannot start the day without rich food is enslaved to appetite. The one who can eat simply or even delay eating is free. Freedom is not in luxury, but in independence from it. To practice moderation each morning is to remind yourself that you are not ruled by cravings. You can live with little, and therefore you are rich in resilience. Over time, this discipline transforms character. You become less impulsive, more measured, more grateful. You stop confusing want with need. You carry moderation beyond the table into speech, work, and desire. The first meal becomes the silent teacher of balance in all things. And so the morning continues its series of tests. The alarm tests discipline. Posture tests presence. Exercise tests resilience. And now breakfast tests temperance. To pass this trial is to begin the day not enslaved but free, not dulled but clear, not greedy but grateful. The Stoic does not eat to indulge but to live, and in living to practice virtue. This is the ethics of breakfast, that even the smallest act of nourishment can become a lesson in strength. Moderation at the table proves that the will can master desire. But temperance is not the end of Stoic practice. Food sustains, but it is never the goal. The Stoics taught that the true measure of a life is not how comfortably you feed yourself, but how faithfully you serve your role in the larger order. After the body is nourished, the soul must be reminded why it rises at all. The transition from sleep into waking should not stop at self-care. It must move towards service. Morning becomes the time to meditate on duty, to recall the roles you occupy: parent, partner, worker, citizen, friend, and to prepare to live them with clarity. Marcus Aurelius began his mornings by reminding himself of his place: a man among men, an emperor with obligations, a rational being meant to act in harmony with reason. He rebuked himself when he lingered in bed, not because idleness was shameful in itself, but because it delayed his duty. He rose to serve, to fulfill his role in the fabric of the universe. This perspective stripped away the illusion that life belonged to him alone. It belonged also to others who depended on him, and to the cosmos that gave him existence. Meditation on role fulfillment sharpens purpose because it confronts you with responsibility. You are not here by accident, nor are you here only for pleasure. Each role carries duties that define your contribution. To forget them is to drift. To remember them is to live with direction. The morning, fresh and quiet, is the right time for this reflection. Before the noise of the day scatters thought, you sit with the question: what must I do today to be faithful to my role? This meditation is not abstract. It demands specificity. If you are a parent, it means patience and presence with children. If you are a partner, it means loyalty and kindness. If you are a worker, it means diligence and honesty. If you are a citizen, it means justice and contribution. The Stoics did not separate philosophy from daily life. Philosophy was lived through duty. The reflection each morning is a reminder that virtue is not vague, but embodied in action. There is also humility in this practice. Roles remind you that you are not the center of existence. You are part of a larger whole, a single thread in the fabric of nature. To fulfill your role is to contribute to the harmony of that whole. Marcus spoke often of the hive and the bee. What is bad for the hive cannot be good for the bee. Service to others is service to yourself, because you are not separate. This perspective dissolves arrogance and builds compassion. Meditating on duty also strengthens resilience. When hardship comes, remembering your role gives you reason to endure. A soldier persists because he remembers his duty to comrades. A parent endures because they remember their duty to children. A leader bears weight because they remember their duty to those they guide. Forget duty, and suffering becomes unbearable. Remember it, and suffering becomes meaningful. The morning reflection arms you with this strength before trials arrive. This discipline also clarifies decisions. Much of life's confusion arises from conflicting impulses. Desire pulls one way, fear another, pride another still. But when you measure choices against your role, clarity emerges. The question becomes simple: does this action honor my duty or betray it? Meditation in the morning prepares you to answer quickly and firmly. It cuts through hesitation by giving you a standard higher than impulse. The practice must be repeated daily, because forgetfulness is constant. The world tempts you to think of self first, to indulge, to escape. Roles are demanding, and the mind seeks relief from them. But relief without purpose becomes emptiness. The Stoics knew that meaning lies not in escape, but in fulfillment. Each morning you remind yourself of this truth, so that when temptation appears, you are not deceived. Modern psychology aligns with this insight. Studies show that people who see life in terms of meaningful roles and purpose report higher resilience, lower stress, and greater satisfaction. Direction protects against despair. Duty gives structure to suffering. Purpose reduces distraction. The Stoics understood this intuitively. Life without role is chaos. Life with role is order. This meditation also nourishes gratitude. Roles themselves are gifts. To be a parent is to be entrusted with life. To be a friend is to be entrusted with loyalty. To be a worker is to be entrusted with contribution. Even burdens are gifts because they give opportunity to practice virtue. Gratitude transforms duty from weight into privilege. To say in the morning, "I have roles to fulfill," is to say, "I have meaning today." There is freedom in this discipline as well. While roles bring responsibility, they also liberate you from endless choice. When you know your role, you know your direction. You no longer chase every impulse or whim. You no longer wonder endlessly what life is for. The answer is clear. Fulfill your role. This clarity saves energy, strengthens focus, and steadies the soul. Meditation on role fulfillment. At dawn, therefore, turns the day into service. You rise not only to satisfy appetite or seek comfort, but to contribute. Each action, from the smallest to the greatest, is measured against the duty of your station. This transforms ordinary acts into sacred ones. A word spoken kindly, a task done with diligence, a moment of patience, all become philosophy and practice. And so, the morning which has tested discipline, temperance, and resilience now calls you to purpose. You are more than a body that wakes, more than a mind that thinks. You are a being with duties, part of a greater whole, entrusted with roles that give shape to life. To meditate on them each morning is to remind yourself of why you rise at all. This is how the Stoic turns sleep into service, by beginning each day with clarity of purpose and commitment to duty. Meditating on duty gives purpose to your rising, but purpose often collides with the heaviness of the body and the haze of the mind. Even the most disciplined intentions meet resistance in the form of grogginess, that sluggish state where clarity seems distant and effort feels heavy. The Stoics did not treat such states as failures, but as opportunities. Restlessness, fatigue, and the fog of morning are not enemies. They are teachers. To reframe them in this way is to turn weakness into strength, to practice patience with yourself, and to sharpen clarity, even when clarity seems out of reach. Morning grogginess often brings frustration. The alarm has rung, the duties are clear, yet the body feels slow, the thoughts scattered. Most people interpret this as a setback, a flaw to be resented. The Stoic response is different. To accept it as part of nature, to meet it with reason, and to ask what it can teach. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the body will resist rising because it craves ease, but he countered by remembering that he was born not for comfort but for action. In the same way, grogginess becomes a lesson in aligning action with reason rather than with impulse. Patience is the first virtue trained here. When the mind is clouded, frustration arises quickly. But the Stoic disciplines himself to respond gently, acknowledging the state without judgment. Grogginess is not failure. It is a condition to be endured with composure. By practicing patience with yourself in the first minutes of the day, you strengthen patience for the rest of the day. If you can remain calm with your own fog, you are more likely to remain calm with the faults of others. Clarity is the second lesson. When the mind is heavy, thought must be directed more carefully. This forces focus. You learn to strip tasks down to essentials, to move step by step rather than scatter energy. Grogginess compels simplification, and in this simplification, clarity appears. The Stoics valued simplicity, believing that truth is often found when complexity is reduced. Morning fatigue, when reframed, becomes an exercise in seeing what matters most. There is also humility in this practice. Grogginess reminds you that you are not a machine, that your body has limits, that perfection is an illusion. To accept this with calm is to align with nature rather than rage against it. The Stoics taught that virtue lies not in controlling everything, but in mastering your response. To meet morning weakness without complaint is itself a form of mastery. Restlessness can also train endurance. To move forward when energy is low builds resilience. Anyone can act with strength when fully awake and eager. It is more powerful to act with steadiness when weary. Each small action taken through fog strengthens willpower. The body may feel slow, but the soul proves it is not dependent on sensation. This endurance becomes armor for greater trials, reminding you that you can act well, even when conditions are not ideal. Modern science supports this lesson. The brain's transition from sleep to wakefulness involves chemical shifts that take time to stabilize. The sluggishness many resent is natural, not weakness. By reframing it as training, you align with biology rather than resist it. You learn to use the period wisely, stretching gently, breathing steadily, focusing the mind on one clear thought. What once felt like wasted minutes becomes practice in resilience and clarity. This discipline also nurtures gratitude. Grogginess is a sign that you have awakened at all. To resent it is to forget that many never see another morning. When reframed, even the heaviness of the body becomes reason for thanks. It is the weight of being alive, of having another chance to act with virtue. Gratitude turns frustration into calm acceptance, replacing complaint with perspective. The practice extends beyond the self. When you accept your own morning weakness with patience, you become more understanding of others. You recognize that everyone faces internal resistance, that what looks like laziness or irritation may be fatigue. Compassion grows from this awareness. The Stoic does not excuse vice, but he learns to judge less harshly when he sees weakness mirrored in himself. Another benefit lies in focus on the present. Grogginess tempts the mind to long for yesterday's rest or tomorrow's energy. But the Stoic trains himself to remain in the moment, to accept the state as it is. This strengthens presence. You act with what you have now, not with what you wish you had. This discipline guards against regret and anxiety, the twin thieves of peace. Over time, reframing restlessness reshapes identity. You no longer see yourself as someone defeated by fatigue, but as someone who learns from it. Each morning fog becomes a chance to practice patience, clarity, endurance, gratitude, and compassion. You grow less reactive, more resilient, and more steady. The very condition that once provoked complaint becomes a daily teacher of virtue. And so, the morning, which began with duty, continues with the lesson of grogginess. You rise, not resentful, but receptive, seeing weakness as training. Each heavy step becomes practice, each clouded thought a chance for patience, each moment of fog a reminder of humility. Restlessness ceases to be an obstacle. It becomes part of the path. In this way, even the struggle of waking becomes philosophy in action, shaping a soul that learns from everything, even from the haze of dawn. Reframing morning restlessness as a teacher builds patience and steadiness. But the next lesson does not come from effort at all. It comes from absence. Once the haze lifts, once the body begins to move, there remains a deeper source of strength waiting to be noticed: the silence of dawn. The Stoics valued words, but they valued silence even more. For in silence, the mind hears what noise drowns out. At daybreak, before the voices of others, before demands of duty, before the world fills itself with chatter, there is a space where wisdom can be received. To treat this silence as an oracle is to listen not for sound but for clarity, not for noise but for truth. The stillness of early morning has a weight of its own. It is not emptiness but presence. a reminder that the world continues without your interference. The Stoics taught that aligning with nature means paying attention to its rhythm, and silence is part of that rhythm. The dawn does not shout. It arrives quietly, steadily, without fanfare. In that quiet, there is a model for the soul to act with consistency, to carry strength without display, to allow meaning to arise without forcing it. Silence at dawn also teaches humility. When noise is absent, you confront yourself. There are no voices to distract, no entertainment to numb, no obligations yet demanding excuse. In the quiet, you see clearly the state of your own mind. Restlessness, anxiety, gratitude, clarity, all reveal themselves honestly. This confrontation is uncomfortable for many, which is why they rush to fill the silence. But the Stoic embraces it, using the quiet as a mirror. The oracle speaks not in words but in the truths revealed when nothing covers them. Listening to silence builds discernment. In a noisy world, every voice claims urgency, but dawn's quiet shows that wisdom often comes without noise. The Stoics observe that nature teaches without speeches. The cycle of seasons, the rising of the sun, the stillness of morning, all communicate order and constancy without sound. By training yourself to hear meaning in silence, you learn to value substance over volume, truth over noise. There is also discipline in holding stillness. The impulse is to act, to speak, to fill the gap. But restraint is itself a form of strength. To sit with silence without reaching for distraction is to exercise mastery over the restless mind. It is training in temperance at the level of attention. The quiet does not entertain, but it strengthens. Over time, the soul learns to rest without noise, to find stability without stimulation. Modern research on mindfulness echoes this insight. Periods of silence reduce stress, restore focus, and deepen awareness. But the Stoics went further. They saw silence not just as therapy, but as philosophy. It is not only a way to calm the mind, but a way to receive wisdom from nature itself. The quiet of dawn becomes a teacher, reminding you that reality is ordered, that life continues, that truth does not need noise to exist. The practice can be simple. Rise, and instead of speaking or reaching for sound, sit in the silence. Notice the absence of voices. Notice the space between thoughts. Let the quiet settle without demand. In that space, reflect on virtue, on mortality, on gratitude, or on nothing at all. The point is not to manufacture meaning, but to allow it to appear. The oracle of silence speaks only when not drowned by chatter. Silence also deepens presence. In quiet, the senses sharpen. You notice light changing, breath steadying, the faint stirrings of life around you. These details, often lost in noise, reveal the richness of the world. Gratitude grows naturally when you see more clearly. You no longer rush past small wonders. You learn to rest in them. This is wisdom born not from words but from attention. Another lesson lies in restraint of speech. By practicing silence in the morning, you train yourself to value words more carefully throughout the day. You realize that most talk is unnecessary, that much of what is said could have been left unsaid. The Stoics urged economy of speech, not out of austerity, but because careless words often harm. Silence trains the tongue to wait until reason commands. This discipline also prepares you for hardship. Noise is often a way to escape discomfort, but life will bring moments where escape is impossible. To endure silence without fear is to strengthen the capacity to endure solitude, uncertainty, and even grief. In stillness, you learn that the absence of distraction is not destruction, but opportunity. The Stoic sees hardship as training. Silence is hardship in subtle form. Over time, this practice transforms how you interpret the world. You no longer assume that the loudest voice carries truth. You no longer confuse stimulation with meaning. You learn to listen beneath noise, to wait for clarity to reveal itself. The oracle of dawn silence becomes a daily teacher. Wisdom often arrives quietly, and strength often grows in, quote, stillness. And so the morning continues its lessons. Restlessness teaches patience, but silence teaches perception. In the absence of noise, the soul hears what it often forgets, that life is fragile, that order exists, that virtue is possible. By treating dawn silence as an oracle, you begin the day not merely awake, but attuned, not merely alive, but listening. This listening becomes the foundation for all that follows, sharpening clarity, deepening gratitude, and anchoring strength in the quiet truths that noise can never provide. Hearing, wisdom in the silence of dawn steadies the mind, but stillness must give way to action. The world waits with its demands, its noise, and its endless claims on your time. If you step into it unprepared, you will find yourself living by the agenda of others before you have lived a single moment by your own. The Stoics taught that sovereignty begins with mastery over yourself. To own your desires, to claim your attention, to direct your will. This is the first act of freedom each morning. Without self-ownership, every external voice becomes a master, and you become a servant to impulses, to distractions, to expectations. The morning encounter with self-ownership is the moment where you declare, "My time belongs first to reason, not to demand." Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that his soul was his own, even as an emperor surrounded by obligations. Epictetus, once a slave, taught that no one can own your will unless you hand it over. Seneca warned that people are frugal with money, but reckless with their time. Spending it freely on others, without realizing it, is the most precious possession. These lessons converge on the same truth. The morning is the decisive hour where sovereignty must be claimed or lost. Self-ownership begins with attention. The mind is vulnerable when it first wakes, open to impressions. If you give those moments to distraction, you set the tone of servitude. If you give them to yourself through reflection, intention, and discipline, you establish control. The Stoics urged us to master impressions, to question every thought before granting it power. In the morning, this means pausing before desire takes hold, examining impulses, and deciding which deserve action. It is the training ground of freedom. Desire is not only about appetite, it is the pull to linger in comfort, to check messages, to seek validation, to chase trivialities. Self-ownership requires looking at each of these impulses and asking, does this serve reason or does this enslave me? By confronting them immediately, you prevent them from gaining momentum. Desire ignored at once is weak. Desire, indulged, grows stronger. Each morning offers the chance to practice this mastery. Claiming sovereignty also means setting boundaries before others invade. The Stoics recognize that obligations to family, community, and state are real, but they warned against losing the self completely in them. Service must come from strength, not from depletion. To own your time in the morning is to give yourself space to prepare, to anchor, to strengthen. Then when others claim your energy, you give it freely, not resentfully, because it was first grounded in your own reason. This practice shapes identity. Each morning you choose whether to live as owner or as tenant of your life. Ownership means deliberate action guided by principle. Servitude means drifting, reacting, surrendering. Over time, these choices accumulate into character. A person who repeatedly begins the day in servitude finds it harder to resist manipulation, harder to live with clarity. A person who begins in sovereignty grows stronger, clearer, freer. Modern science echoes this Stoic insight. Research on willpower shows that early hours are when self-control is strongest. Choices made then set momentum for the day. By using this time to claim attention and direct desire, you conserve energy for later challenges. To waste it on distraction is to weaken yourself before the day has truly begun. The Stoics, though without studies, observed the same truth. Mornings define mastery. Self-ownership also transforms relationships. When you begin grounded in sovereignty, you interact with others from strength. You are less reactive, less needy, less prone to resentment. You give because you choose to, not because you are compelled. This freedom makes service purer and connection more genuine. Without self-ownership, relationships often become bargaining, attempts to control or to be controlled. With it, they become mutual respect. The practice requires honesty. To own yourself, you must first admit where you are enslaved, whether to comfort, to approval, to distraction, to fear. The morning exposes these weaknesses clearly because they appear as soon as you wake. To face them without excuse is to begin training. The Stoics did not fear weakness. They feared ignorance of weakness. Awareness is the first step towards sovereignty. There is also humility in this work. Self-ownership is not absolute control. The Stoics knew that illness, fortune, and death remain beyond command. Sovereignty lies not in conquering externals, but in directing your will. You cannot dictate outcomes, but you can dictate choices. Each morning you remind yourself of this boundary. Control yourself, not the world. Within that boundary lies freedom. Over time, this daily encounter changes how you see life itself. You realize that freedom is not given by society, by wealth, or by circumstance. Freedom is internal, claimed anew each day by reason. You may live in comfort or hardship, surrounded by duties or isolated in solitude, but sovereignty remains available. It is tested most clearly each morning when desire and demand both press close. To own yourself in that moment is to begin the day unbroken. And so after listening to the silence of dawn, you move into the trial of sovereignty. You claim your time before the world claims it. You master desire before it masters you. You step into the day not as a servant of impulse, but as the owner of your soul. This is the Stoic encounter with self-ownership. Quiet, deliberate, powerful. It is the daily act that makes freedom more than a word, turning it into the lived foundation of strength. Claiming sovereignty over your own desires grounds you before the outside world lays its claim. Yet there is one more realm that tests mastery long before the day begins. It is the realm of dreams, those shadowy images that rise unbidden in the night. The Stoics did not dismiss dreams as meaningless illusions, nor did they treat them as mystical prophecies. They approached them as training grounds, reflections of the unconscious, offering chances to practice detachment, interpretation, and discipline, even while the body rests. To step into the morning and reflect on dreams with reason, to turn shadows into lessons, to transform the mysterious into useful preparation for virtue. Dreams stir emotions that are often stronger than waking life. Fear, desire, anger, grief. In the dream, you may run from danger, indulge in excess, or confront loss. On waking, the body still carries the echo of these emotions. The Stoics would urge you not to ignore this, but to examine it. Why did the dream provoke fear? Why did it entice with pleasure? Why did it wound with sorrow? Each answer reveals attachments, vulnerabilities, and hidden impulses. The dream becomes a mirror of the inner world, showing what reason must refine. Detachment is the first lesson. In dreams, events unfold without your control. You may soar or fall, feast or starve, love or lose, yet none of it is real in substance. On waking, you see that these vivid experiences were shadows. The Stoics used this recognition as practice in the larger truth. Much of waking life, too, is beyond your control. Just as you cannot dictate dreams, you cannot dictate fortune. What matters is not possession of control, but mastery of response. Dreams train this perspective by confronting you with the vivid but unreal, teaching you to let go with calm. Interpretation is the second lesson. The Stoics did not chase symbolic codes or hidden prophecies, but they encouraged reflection on what dreams revealed about attachments. A dream of wealth might show lingering desire. A dream of loss might show hidden fear. A dream of conflict might show unresolved anger. By analyzing these images in the morning, you gain insight into your character. They are not destiny but data, reminders of where reason must work. The Stoics prized self-examination, and dreams offered raw material for it. There is also humility in this practice. Dreams remind you that you are not fully sovereign, that the unconscious continues its work beyond your will. This recognition curbs pride. It shows that the self is more complex than conscious intention. The discipline requires vigilance in both night and day. The wise do not boast of perfect mastery. They admit the limits of control and use every tool, even dreams, to grow. Modern science lends weight to this Stoic view. Research shows that dreams consolidate memory, process emotion, and reveal subconscious concerns. They bring to the surface what the waking mind suppresses. To reflect on them with reason is to access hidden currents of the psyche. The Stoics anticipated this, treating every mental state, waking or dreaming, as material for practice. Nothing was wasted. All was turned toward virtue. The discipline of morning reflection on dreams also builds resilience. Nightmares, though disturbing, become opportunities. Instead of fearing them, you treat them as rehearsals. A dream of loss teaches you to confront mortality. A dream of failure teaches you to endure disappointment. A dream of fear teaches you to practice courage. On waking, you remind yourself, if I can endure the shadow, I can endure the substance. Night's illusions become training for day's realities. This practice deepens detachment from pleasure as well. Dreams often indulge desire without consequence, but on waking, you see their emptiness. Pleasure pursued in fantasy leaves no nourishment. The lesson is clear. Indulgence in waking life too often proves hollow. Dreams expose this truth dramatically. To reflect on them is to remember that desire is never satisfied by excess, but only by mastery. There is also gratitude in this reflection. Dreams remind you of the fragility of consciousness. You slip nightly into states where reason sleeps, where chaos rules, where you are carried by currents you cannot direct. To awaken and return to reason is fortune. Each morning when you recall dreams, you recognize the gift of clarity. A new gratitude for consciousness strengthens discipline to use it well. Over time, using dreams as training grounds sharpens identity. You begin to see that you are not the sum of fleeting emotions, whether waking or dreaming. You are the one who observes, reflects, and responds. This perspective builds the inner citadel, the place within that remains steady, no matter what images or events unfold. The Stoics spoke often of this citadel, and dreams provide practice in entering it. And so, after claiming ownership of desire, you turn to the shadows of the night. You treat them not as meaningless oracles, nor as chains, but as teachers. You wake, recall, reflect, detach, interpret, and learn. Even unconscious imagery becomes part of the path of virtue. In this way, the Stoic waste is nothing, not daylight, not silence, not even dreams. Every state of being, even the mysterious world of night, becomes training for clarity, discipline, and strength. Dreams, with all their shadows and illusions, expose the hidden attachments of the mind. But there is another test waiting as soon as you step into the waking world. If the night reveals desire and fear in secret, the day reveals the craving for validation in public. Few chains are as subtle and heavy as the need for praise. To hunger for approval is to hand your freedom to others before you have taken your first breath of morning air. The Stoics urged training against this weakness, reminding us that applause is as empty as dreams. To practice indifference to praise before engaging with the world is to immunize the soul against one of its most seductive traps. Marcus Aurelius wrote often that fame is fleeting, that those who praise you will soon be dust and their words forgotten. Seneca warned that seeking approval is slavery because it places your peace in the hands of others. Epictetus was sharper still. If you want to be free, stop caring about what others think of you. These teachings were not contempt for people, but clarity about value. Praise adds nothing to virtue, and criticism takes nothing away. What matters is whether you live according to reason. The morning is the perfect time for this training before you step into a world that will measure, compare, and judge. You remind yourself that your worth does not rest in their opinions. Reflection here is armor. You recall that applause can flatter but cannot make you good. You recall that insult can sting but cannot make you bad. Both are external, indifferent, powerless over the inner citadel unless you open its gates. To practice indifference does not mean to despise praise or to seek obscurity. It means to receive both approval and disapproval with equal calm. If someone praises your honesty, you may accept it as recognition, but you do not depend on it. If someone criticizes unfairly, you hear it, but you do not collapse under it. The training is to see both as noise, sometimes pleasant, sometimes harsh, always temporary. This discipline begins with self-examination. Ask each morning, what am I about to do today that might tempt me to seek validation? Will I speak for truth or for applause? Will I work with diligence or with eye on recognition? By exposing these temptations in advance, you disarm them. The Stoic prepares his soul by naming weaknesses before they control him. Praise loses power when expected and diffused. There is also humility in this practice. To crave praise is to believe you deserve constant attention. Indifference reminds you that you are one among many, that the world does not revolve around your reputation. Fame, even if achieved, fades with time. The Stoics pointed to the forgotten names of once great men as proof. To live for praise is to live for shadows. To live for virtue is to live for substance. Modern psychology echoes this. Studies show that people driven by external validation suffer greater anxiety, less stability, and weaker resilience. Those anchored in internal values show greater peace and perseverance. The Stoics anticipated this truth. Peace comes from aligning with reason, not with applause. The morning reflection secures this peace before external voices can unsettle it. This practice also strengthens justice. If you act for praise, you may betray fairness for popularity. If you act for virtue, you remain just even when unrecognized. Indifference protects integrity. It ensures that your choices serve principle, not flattery. Each morning when you remind yourself of this, you prepare to act rightly, even if no one thanks you. Another benefit is freedom from manipulation. Praise is often used as a tool of control. Those who crave it can be steered easily, rewarded into compliance. Indifference removes this lever. You are no longer swayed by applause, nor are you crushed by scorn. You remain steady, immune to the pushes and pulls of others. This immunity is freedom, and it begins with daily reflection. The practice does not demand perfection. Temptation to enjoy approval will always remain, but the goal is not to feel nothing. It is to remain unruled. To smile at kind words is natural, but to depend on them is weakness. To hear criticism is natural, but to collapse under it is slavery. The Stoic holds balance. Praise and blame pass by like weather, noticed, acknowledged, but never governing the soul. Over time, this training reshapes identity. You begin to act not for recognition, but for alignment with principle. Your satisfaction comes from living justly, wisely, courageously, temperately, not from applause. This shift builds unshakable confidence because it rests on what cannot be taken away. Others may withdraw praise, but they cannot touch virtue. And so, after learning from the shadows of dreams, the morning reflection moves outward to confront one of life's most persistent illusions, the value of praise. To rehearse indifference at dawn is to step into the day armored against vanity, immune to manipulation, and anchored in reason. Praise will come and go, but your sovereignty will remain. This is the strength the Stoics sought. Freedom from the need for approval. Freedom to live by virtue alone. Indifference to praise shields the soul from the chains of vanity. But the morning still requires more than defense. Freedom from validation is only the clearing of ground. What follows is the building of direction. The Stoics knew that without a guiding principle, the mind drifts into impulses tossed by moods, circumstances, and desires. A compass is required, something fixed, rational, and deliberate. The morning statement of intent is this compass. It is not a long speech, not a vow for eternity, but a simple declaration. Today I will live by reason, not by passion. This orientation set at dawn becomes the quiet force that redirects every impulse toward virtue. The mind left unanchored is quick to scatter. A flash of anger can root your choices. A moment of fear can paralyze duty. A surge of desire can tempt you into waste. Reason, when consciously affirmed, functions as the compass needle, steady amid fluctuation. Marcus Aurelius began his mornings by writing what kind of day he expected and what kind of man he intended to be. This was not indulgence in writing, but alignment. It gave him clarity before chaos had the chance to decide for him. The practice requires honesty. When you state your intent, you admit that impulses will come. You do not pretend to be beyond weakness. You prepare for it. You say, anger may rise, but I will remember patience. Fear may arrive, but I will act with courage. Desire may tempt, but I will remain temperate. Injustice may appear, but I will remain just. The statement is a reminder that virtue is not automatic. It must be chosen again each day. This compass is powerful because it narrows the path. When you set intention in the morning, you reduce hesitation later. You have already chosen the direction, so when emotions surge, you return to the compass. The storm of passion cannot easily sway a mind that has already declared its aim. Without this, every choice is a fresh debate, and impulse often wins. With it, you act with steadiness because the decision is anchored. There is humility in this ritual. To align with reason is to acknowledge that your own feelings are not supreme. Anger feels urgent, but it is not truth. Desire feels sweet, but it is not always good. Fear feels protective, but it can mislead. By declaring allegiance to reason, you submit to something higher than emotion, something more constant than mood. This humility saves you from being a captive of the self. Modern psychology echoes this Stoic compass. Studies show that setting intentions each morning increases self-control, improves decision-making, and reduces emotional reactivity. The brain follows the path it rehearses. By affirming rational aims, you prime yourself for aligned action. This is not superstition, but the discipline of shaping attention. The Stoics practiced this centuries before neuroscience gave it evidence. The statement of intent must be practical. It is not enough to declare abstract ideals, you must root them in action. Instead of saying, I will be good, you say, I will act justly toward those I meet. Instead of, I will be wise, you say, I will pause before judgment. Instead of, I will be temperate, you say, I will eat with measure. Instead of, I will be courageous, you say, I will speak truth without fear. This specificity transforms philosophy from concept into guide. This compass also reshapes relationships. When you align with reason, you meet others not with raw impulse, but with considered response. Anger gives way to patience. Envy gives way to gratitude. Resentment gives way to fairness. People around you may not notice the statement itself, but they will feel its effect in your conduct. The compass directs not only your inner life, but also your outer influence. Another benefit is freedom from regret. When you act by impulse, you often look back with shame or doubt. But when you act according to your declared principle, you stand steady even if results disappoint. The outcome may be uncertain, but the integrity of choice remains. The Stoics knew that peace comes not from controlling fortune, but from aligning action with reason. The compass ensures this alignment, reducing the weight of remorse. The practice also trains consistency. Each day you renew the commitment, not once for all, but again and again. This repetition ingrains the habit. Over time, the statement becomes identity. You no longer remind yourself reluctantly, but affirm naturally. I live by reason. This constancy is strength because it no longer depends on effort alone, but on ingrained character. There is also resilience in this discipline. Life will always deliver the unexpected, No amount of planning prevents surprise, but a compass does not predict the terrain. It only ensures direction. When storms come, you may stumble, but you do not lose the path. When fortune shifts, you may suffer, but you do not collapse. Reason holds steady even when the world does not. The morning alignment prepares you for this steadiness. Over years, the effect compounds. A single day of alignment may feel small, but many days accumulate into a life shaped by reason. Impulses lose their tyranny. Habits of virtue strengthen. Peace deepens. What began as a simple statement becomes a way of being. The Stoic compass transforms fleeting mornings into lasting character. And so, after learning to dismiss the weight of praise, you now turn toward the positive act of direction. Each dawn becomes an opportunity to declare who you will be, not in theory, but in action. The statement of intent is your compass, guiding you through storms, temptations, and distractions. With it, you step into the day, not drifting, but directed, not reactive, but deliberate, not ruled by impulse, but aligned with reason. This is the art of beginning with clarity, the practice of carrying philosophy into every breath of the day. Declaring a compass of reason at dawn steadies direction, but even the clearest intent must pass through the weight of the body. The mind may be aligned, yet fatigue still presses heavily. The Stoics did not view weakness as an excuse. They saw it as training. Weariness, whether physical or mental, is not merely an obstacle, but a stage where fortitude is forged. To transform fatigue into strength is to take what feels like limitation and turn it into discipline. Morning tiredness, the sluggish pull of the body, becomes an early battlefield where resilience is sharpened and inner strength is tested before the day even begins. Fatigue is often seen as purely negative. It slows the body, clouds the mind, and tempts surrender. But the Stoic view turns this on its head. Adversity in any form is opportunity. Epictetus reminded his students that circumstances themselves are not harmful. It is our judgment of them that matters. Fatigue, then, is not defeat but material. It is clay from which character can be shaped. When you meet it with endurance, you practice courage. When you remain steady through it, you practice patience. When you act despite it, you practice strength. Morning fatigue reveals the tension between desire and duty. Desire whispers to return to bed, to delay, to avoid. Duty calls to rise, to engage, to serve. In this tension, freedom is won or lost. Marcus Aurelius rebuked himself for craving more sleep, reminding himself that he was made not for lying warm under blankets, but for fulfilling his role as a rational being. Each moment of fatigue becomes a chance to echo that reminder. Comfort is not the measure of life. Purpose is. The transformation of fatigue into fortitude begins with perception. Instead of labeling tiredness as enemy, you reinterpret it as teacher. This subtle shift changes your posture toward it. Fatigue becomes resistance training for the soul. Just as the body grows strong against weight, the spirit grows strong against weakness. Without resistance, no growth occurs. With resistance, strength is born. The practice requires patience. Fatigue cannot always be dismissed instantly. Some mornings are heavy, some steps are slow. The Stoic does not rage against this, but endures calmly. Endurance itself is the exercise. Seneca wrote that fortune tests the soul not to destroy, but to prove. Fatigue is one such test. Each moment endured without complaint adds weight to your resilience. There is humility in facing fatigue. It reminds you that you are not invincible, not inexhaustible. Pride falters when the body demands rest, but humility, properly received, is strength. It teaches you to respect limits while refusing to be mastered by them. Fatigue shows you both your fragility and your capacity to overcome. This balance, awareness of weakness and determination to persist, builds true fortitude. Modern science supports this. Stoic wisdom. Research shows that mental resilience grows when people reframe stressors as challenges rather than threats. Fatigue, when seen as training, activates this growth. The brain learns endurance. the nervous system adapts, and willpower strengthens. What feels like depletion becomes conditioning. The ancients, without data, observed the same truth. Repeated endurance builds unshakable strength. The practice also develops gratitude. Fatigue signals that you have lived, worked, and exerted. It is evidence of effort, not of failure. To feel tired is to know you are alive and active. Gratitude shifts the tone from resentment to appreciation. You stop asking, "Why am I weak?" and begin saying, "I have the chance to grow stronger." Gratitude turns complaint into calm acceptance, and acceptance opens the door to fortitude. This transformation extends beyond the morning. If you can act with steadiness while weary, you can act with steadiness in larger trials. Fatigue rehearses hardship in miniature. Each day you meet it, endure it, and overcome it. Over time, your threshold for difficulty rises. What once felt crushing becomes manageable. The body may not always be strong, but the will becomes trained to rise above sensation. Fatigue also sharpens focus. When energy is scarce, you must choose carefully where to place it. This necessity trains clarity. You stop scattering effort on trivialities and direct it toward essentials. The Stoics valued such economy of action. Fatigue becomes the teacher of focus, stripping away waste and reminding you to spend strength only on what matters. There is also justice in this practice. By enduring fatigue without surrender, you remain reliable to others. Duties are not abandoned because you are tired. Promises are not broken because you crave rest. Justice requires constancy, and constancy is tested most when the body resists. To transform fatigue into fortitude is to honor commitments, to remain useful, to place virtue above comfort. The discipline is not about denial of rest. The Stoics did not glorify exhaustion for its own sake. They valued balance. True fortitude includes knowing when to recover and when to push. The transformation of fatigue is not reckless overexertion, but wise endurance, acting with reason, not with indulgence. This balance ensures growth without collapse, strength without destruction. Over time, fatigue becomes less frightening. You stop dreading it, stop treating it as failure. You see it as familiar, as a recurring visitor that brings training with it. This removes anxiety. You no longer ask, "Will I feel tired?" But, "When I do, how will I respond?" The answer, practiced daily, becomes calm. I will endure. I will act. I will grow stronger. And so, the compass of reason, set at dawn, leads directly into this practice. When fatigue presses in, you follow the compass, not the craving. You turn weakness into training, heaviness into strength, delay into discipline. Morning fatigue becomes not a burden but a teacher. It teaches endurance, humility, gratitude, and focus. It proves that even weakness rightly faced can be transformed into fortitude. In this way, the Stoic begins the day not by lamenting tiredness, but by using it, shaping it into strength, and carrying that strength into every trial the day will bring. Transforming fatigue into fortitude shows that even weakness can be turned into strength. But the Stoics did not stop at endurance. They believed that true freedom comes not only from bearing what life imposes, but from actively choosing to meet fear with courage. And courage is not reserved for grand battles or heroic stages. It is forged in the smallest of choices, often before the sun has risen. Morning is the training ground where micro-courage can be practiced quietly through tiny acts that test the will. Each of these small victories expands resilience, preparing the soul for greater trials that await beyond the threshold of dawn. Courage for the Stoics was not recklessness, but alignment with reason despite fear. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the obstacles he faced were natural, not exceptions. Seneca wrote that fortune tests us through challenges, and our response determines our strength. Epictetus taught that the door to freedom opens when we stop fearing what is outside our control. These lessons reveal that courage is not rare, it is daily. To practice it each morning in micro-acts is to ingrain it into character until bravery becomes habit. Micro-courage begins in the smallest decisions. Rising promptly when the body demands more sleep is an act of bravery. Facing the shock of cold water instead of yielding to warmth is another. Beginning a task you fear delaying, stepping into silence instead of distraction, refusing indulgence when desire presses. All are tiny choices that sharpen courage. They are small enough to practice daily, yet powerful enough to shape the will. The value lies in repetition. Each micro act of courage is like a stone laid in the foundation of resilience. Alone, each may seem trivial, but together they build unshakable character. By sunrise, you have already confronted resistance multiple times. You have chosen reason over fear, discipline over indulgence. This momentum carries into the day, making larger trials lighter. Courage grows by practice, and practice begins in the morning. Micro-courage also teaches humility. These acts are small, often unseen, yet they demand honesty. You know when you avoided them. You know when you faltered. The world may never notice, but your conscience does. Practicing them daily keeps pride in check and reveals that courage is not a single grand gesture, but a continual series of small decisions. Modern psychology mirrors this wisdom. Research on habit formation and exposure therapy shows that repeated small acts of facing discomfort reduce fear and increase confidence. Courage, like muscle, grows by gradual loading. Micro acts of bravery in the morning, stepping into cold, enduring silence, beginning work before distraction, train the nervous system to accept discomfort calmly. The Stoics anticipated this by urging daily practice of voluntary hardship. These acts also deepen freedom. Fear is a chain, often subtle. Fear of discomfort, fear of rejection, fear of effort. Each narrows the soul by breaking these chains in small ways. Each morning, you widen your freedom. You prove to yourself that fear does not own you. Courage does not always roar. Sometimes it whispers, in the refusal to delay, in the decision to endure, in the choice to act. Micro-courage also strengthens service. When you train yourself to face small fears, you become more reliable to others in larger matters. The one who practiced rising at once, resisting indulgence, embracing discomfort, is the one who will speak truth when silence is safer, who will act with justice when compromise tempts, who will endure hardship for the sake of others. Courage practiced privately becomes courage expressed publicly. There is gratitude in this practice as well. Each morning presents countless opportunities to train bravery. Instead of resenting discomfort, you see it as gift. The cold floor, the heavy eyelids, the temptation of delay, all become teachers. Gratitude transforms these small resistances into tools for growth. The Stoic learns to thank life not only for ease, but for difficulty, because difficulty sharpens the soul. Over time, micro-courage changes identity. You begin to see yourself not as someone easily swayed, but as someone steady, prepared, brave. This identity grows not from self-deception, but from proof, daily evidence that you can face what you fear. Courage ceases to be an aspiration and becomes a description of who you are. And so, the morning which has tested discipline, temperance, resilience, and fortitude culminates in these small acts of bravery. They require no audience, no recognition, no stage, only sincerity. Each act is a seed planted in the soil of the soul, growing into strength that lasts throughout the day. In practicing micro-courage before sunrise, you ensure that when larger trials come, you are already trained, already steady, already free. This is how the Stoic meets the day, not waiting for courage in crisis, but cultivating it quietly, deliberately, every morning. The practice of micro-courage proves that strength is not only tested in great struggles, but also cultivated in small choices before the day begins. Yet courage alone cannot shield the mind from a subtler chain. The quiet attachment to possessions. Even those who rise boldly, endure cold, resist fatigue, and confront fear may still live as captives. If they cling too tightly to what fortune can take away, The Stoics saw clearly that freedom requires detachment from material things. To wake in the morning and immediately measure life by what you own is to hand over your peace to the whims of chance. To begin the day without clinging is to step into the world already free. The discipline of detachment does not demand poverty. The Stoics did not despise wealth or possessions, but they warned against dependence. Seneca, himself wealthy, insisted that he could walk away from riches at any moment without regret. Epictetus, born a slave, taught that true wealth lies in needing little, not in owning much. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of vast lands, reminded himself daily that palaces and treasures were fleeting, and that his soul could not be improved by luxury. Their message was consistent. Possessions may be used, but never worshipped. The morning is the best time to train this freedom. At dawn, the mind is fresh, not yet pulled by business, commerce, or display. This is the moment to remind yourself that nothing you own is truly yours in permanence. Clothes may wear out, houses may crumble, gold may vanish, even the body itself may weaken and decay. To see this truth clearly each morning is not despair, it is liberation. It means that your peace does not depend on what can be stolen, broken, or lost. Detachment is practiced first in thought. As you rise, reflect on the transience of all material things. A garment is only fabric, not dignity. A meal is only fuel, not happiness. A bed is only wood and cloth, not strength of soul. By stripping away the false value added by desire, you see things as they are. Marcus urged himself to view delicacies as the carcass of a fish, the blood of a bird, the sweat of grapes. This blunt honesty dissolves illusion. It prevents the mind from elevating possessions to idols. The practice then extends to action. Do not rush to grasp possessions first thing in the morning. Delay the urge to check accounts, polish treasures, or compare wealth. Begin instead with reflection, breath, or simple labor. By postponing indulgence, you weaken dependence. You teach the mind that survival and dignity come not from possessions, but from reason. Over time, this habit erodes the craving that chains so many to fortune's wheel. Another exercise is voluntary simplicity. Choose at times to start the day with less. Wear simpler clothes. Take plainer food. Rest on harder surfaces. Seneca urged his students to practice such days regularly, not because poverty was desirable, but because freedom was. By tasting simplicity, you discover that fear of loss was exaggerated. You realize that much of what you thought essential is unnecessary. This knowledge makes you stronger than fortune. Detachment also deepens gratitude. When you release clinging, possessions become gifts, not entitlements. A cup of water becomes precious. Bread becomes feast. Shelter becomes grace. Gratitude arises naturally when you recognize that nothing is owed. The Stoic does not despise possessions, but values them rightly, useful while present, untroubling when absent. To start the day with this perspective is to walk lighter, to carry possessions without being carried by them. There is humility in this practice. Possessions tempt the ego to pride, to display, to arrogance. But when you reflect each morning that wealth fades and objects decay, pride loses ground. You remember that kings and beggars alike end in dust, that riches cannot buy virtue, that fame cannot buy peace. Humility born from detachment protects you from vanity and grounds you in reality. Modern psychology confirms what the Stoics taught. Research shows that materialism correlates with anxiety and dissatisfaction, while detachment correlates with resilience and peace. The brain, when less preoccupied with possessions, frees attention for relationships, creativity, and virtue. By practicing detachment each morning, you rewire focus away from craving and toward meaning. Detachment is not denial of responsibility. The Stoics never taught neglect of property or duty. They taught care without clinging. To maintain what you own with diligence is just. To worship it is slavery. Begin the morning by reminding yourself, I will care for what is entrusted to me, but I will not confuse it with my identity. This balance allows stewardship without bondage. This training also reshapes relationships. Much conflict arises from possessions, disputes over wealth, envy of status, fear of loss. By detaching, you weaken these poisons. You treat others with fairness, not competition. You value people over objects, virtue over wealth. The morning reflection on detachment prepares you to meet others not as rivals for possessions, but as partners in reason. Over time, morning detachment builds fortitude. Loss may still sting, but it does not destroy. Theft may anger, but it does not shatter. Poverty may test, but it does not enslave. You remain steady because you practiced letting go before life forced it. The habit of detachment creates a soul that can walk through fortune's changes untouched. And so, after courage is trained in small acts, the next step is freedom from clinging. Each morning, remind yourself possessions are tools, not treasures. They serve me today, they may leave tomorrow, but they are never the measure of my worth. Begin the day lighter, freer, unchained. This is the Stoic discipline of detachment, the art of waking, not as a slave to things, but as a sovereign of the soul. Detachment from possessions clears the ground of false security, but freedom from clinging is not enough on its own. The Stoics taught that life is never lived in isolation. We are threads in a vast fabric, bound to one another by reason and duty. To rise in the morning without turning the heart outward is to miss half of philosophy's purpose. Virtue is not only self-mastery, but service. And service begins not with grand deeds, but with small, deliberate acts of goodwill. The first gesture of kindness at dawn is more than courtesy. It is the training of justice, the expansion of compassion, and the shaping of a life that benefits not only oneself, but all who share the day. Kindness for the Stoics was not sentimental indulgence, but reason in action. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that he was born to work with others, not against them. Seneca wrote that, "No one can live happily who turns only inward, because nature designed us for cooperation." Epictetus declared that our role is to fulfill what is appropriate to a rational social being, and that means extending care to others. The first gesture of kindness in the morning aligns you immediately with this truth. It sets the direction outward, ensuring that the day is not consumed only by self-interest. This gesture can take many forms, and its power lies in sincerity, not scale. A word of patience toward a family member, a silent blessing for someone still asleep in the house, a message of encouragement sent before distractions begin, even a simple inward wish for another's well-being. These acts carry weight because they direct the soul toward justice and compassion. By beginning the day this way, you anchor yourself in the recognition that others matter and that your life is intertwined with theirs. The discipline of kindness requires reflection before action. It is easy to fall into habit, to perform gestures without awareness, but the Stoics emphasized intention. To perform kindness consciously, deliberately, and without expectation is to strengthen the soul. When you offer goodwill without needing return, you practice the highest form of justice, giving each their due because it is right, not because it benefits you. There is humility in this practice. Acts of kindness remind you that you are not superior, not self-sufficient. Even emperors, Marcus noted, depended on countless others for food, shelter, and safety. Recognizing this dependence softens pride. Extending kindness acknowledges the shared struggle of existence. Each morning, you can remind yourself the person before me carries burdens unseen just as I do. This perspective transforms interactions into opportunities for compassion rather than judgment. Modern science echoes the Stoics. Studies show that acts of kindness release chemicals that increase well-being for both giver and receiver. Yet the Stoic valued kindness not for mood but for virtue. The biochemical reward is incidental. The moral alignment is the true gain. To start the day with kindness is to strengthen justice, the virtue that ensures harmony in human community. This practice also strengthens resilience. A mind that begins with kindness is less shaken by insult or ingratitude. You do not offer goodwill to control others, but to fulfill your role. When kindness is grounded in principle, it cannot be stolen by another's reaction. A harsh word may sting, but it does not cancel the virtue of your own gesture. This resilience is armor against bitterness, preparing you to meet the day's conflicts with calm. Another dimension is gratitude. The act of kindness reminds you of the abundance you already hold. To give even a smile, a word, or a moment requires recognizing that you are not empty. Gratitude fuels generosity, and generosity deepens gratitude. This cycle strengthens the soul, keeping it from falling into complaint or envy. Morning kindness becomes a daily reminder that life is richer when shared. There is also discipline in consistency. To perform one act of kindness on occasion is easy. To practice it each morning requires commitment. The repetition ingrains the habit until it shapes identity. You become known, even to yourself, as one who contributes, not one who consumes. This steady training ensures that justice and compassion are not occasional visitors, but constant companions. The practice extends beyond direct interaction. Even if you begin the day alone, you can, still, cultivate kindness. A thought of goodwill toward strangers, a moment of reflection on the shared human condition, a silent prayer for those who suffer. These acts shape the soul. Kindness does not require audience, it requires sincerity. By practicing it inwardly, you prepare to express it outwardly when the chance appears. This discipline also curbs selfish impulses. When you focus on offering rather than grasping, desires for possession or recognition weaken. You align more closely with nature's purpose to live, not as isolated fragments but as parts of a greater whole. Marcus compared humanity to hands of the same body meant to work together. A hand that acts only for itself is diseased. Morning kindness reminds you that you are healthy only when you contribute to the whole. Over time, the effect of this practice multiplies. One gesture may seem small, but repeated daily, it transforms character. The soul grows less reactive, more patient, more generous. Relationships strengthen, conflicts soften, bitterness fades. You discover that kindness is not expectation, but strength. The strength to master ego, to overcome indifference, to act for the good without waiting for reward. And so, after loosening the chains of possessions, you turn outward. The morning becomes not only a time of self-mastery, but of service. A first gesture of kindness, however small, sets the course of the day. It tells the soul, you are here not only to endure, but to contribute. You are not only to be free, but to free others from the weight of indifference. This is the Stoic way of beginning, in justice, humility, and compassion. Starting the day by practicing deliberate goodwill toward others, extending kindness outward, anchors you in justice. But philosophy also requires turning inward. The Stoics knew that the dialogue you hold with yourself shapes every other conversation. Words spoken silently at dawn become the hidden architects of character. Marcus Aurelius left behind his meditations not as a book for others, but as reminders to himself. Arguments, corrections, encouragements, rebukes. Self-talk at dawn is not idle reflection. It is training. It is where you set the terms of the day, confronting weakness with reason, aligning impulses with principle, and rehearsing the soul for virtue. The discipline of inner dialogue begins with honesty. On waking, the mind is still raw, unguarded, vulnerable. This is the moment to ask yourself what you fear, what you crave, what you avoid. Without honesty, the words you speak inwardly are flattery. With honesty, they become medicine. Seneca wrote that truth is harsh, but only truth heals. By naming your faults, in the morning, you strip them of disguise before they can disguise themselves in the day. Inner dialogue is not chatter. It is deliberate reasoning. You speak to yourself as teacher to student, as physician to patient. Epictetus reminded his followers to question every impression. Is this within my control or not? The morning self-talk applies this filter. When worry rises, you answer it. This is outside my control. When desire presses, you counter. This is indifferent. When pride whispers, you remind yourself, fame is nothing. Virtue is everything. These brief dialogues are like sharpening tools. Each pass of reason owns the blade of character. Self-talk also functions as rehearsal. Just as actors run lines before stepping on stage, the Stoic runs principles before entering the world. You tell yourself, today I may meet the ungrateful, the arrogant, the dishonest. Their behavior is theirs, not mine. My duty is patience. My strength is justice. My shield is temperance. By hearing this in your own words at dawn, you build a memory that returns when provoked later. Inner dialogue lays down tracks that the mind follows under pressure. The practice teaches humility. To address yourself critically each morning is to admit you are not yet wise, not yet perfect. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of the known world, still spoke to himself like a student, correcting laziness, urging courage, reminding himself of mortality. If the most powerful man alive needed morning dialogue, how much more do we? Humility guards against complacency and keeps the soul in training. There is also encouragement in this dialogue. Stoicism is not only rebuke, but also reinforcement. You can tell yourself, you have endured before, you will endure again. You faced hardship yesterday, and yet you are here. Each breath is proof of resilience. By acknowledging strength as well as weakness, the dialogue fuels confidence without arrogance. The balance of correction and encouragement is what makes the practice sustainable. Modern psychology confirms the power of inner speech. Research shows that deliberate self-talk influences focus, reduces stress, and increases persistence. Athletes use it to sharpen performance. Therapists use it to restructure thought patterns. The Stoics anticipated this science by centuries, treating self-talk not as superstition, but as discipline. The words you feed your mind shape how it acts. Morning is the most potent time because the mind is malleable. Neural pathways are fresh. Attention is not yet scattered. What you say to yourself then imprints deeply. A single phrase repeated daily, such as, "I control my mind, not events," can anchor behavior for hours. Without this discipline, the first words in your head are often reactive, shaped by fatigue or distraction. By choosing words deliberately, you reclaim sovereignty. The practice can be structured. Begin with acknowledgement. Here are my weaknesses. Then correction. Here is what reason demands instead. Then rehearsal. Here are the trials I will face. Then encouragement. Here is the strength I already hold. Finally, commitment. Here is how I will act today. This sequence covers the soul, like armor, leaving fewer gaps for passion to exploit. Inner dialogue also deepens gratitude. You remind yourself, I did not earn this dawn, yet it is given. I may not receive another, so let me live this one well. Gratitude grounds you, preventing entitlement. It turns complaint into awareness of gift. This tone set privately colors how you treat others publicly. There is justice hidden in this practice. By disciplining your inner words, you prevent injustice in outer ones. Harsh speech often begins as unchecked inner dialogue. By moderating the voice within, you train patience in the voice without. Self-talk becomes the first courtroom where you try thoughts before they become actions. Over time, this discipline becomes identity. You no longer wait for others to correct you. You correct yourself. You no longer rely on external encouragement. You encourage yourself. The dialogue becomes constant, not only at dawn but throughout the day. You carry within you a wise companion, always present, always guiding. This is the Stoic aim, not to silence the inner voice, but to educate it until it speaks with reason. And so, after beginning with kindness toward others, you now return to yourself. The morning becomes a tribunal where you both question and answer, rebuke and encourage, commit and prepare. The discipline of inner dialogue is not easy, but it is transformative. It turns dawn into training ground, words into armor, thought into strength. With it, you step into the day not as a passenger of impulse, but as a commander of soul, guided by Stoic principles that have been spoken, heard, and anchored within you before the world begins. You have walked through every step of this journey, from the discipline of negative visualization before sleep to the silence of dawn, from the strength found in voluntary discomfort to the gentleness of deliberate kindness, from detachment from possessions to the armor of inner dialogue. Each lesson has pointed to the same truth. Clarity, strength, and freedom are not gifts of fortune, but products of daily training. The Stoics showed us that peace is forged in practice, not in chance. By preparing the mind at night and directing it with intention in the morning, you wake not only rested but renewed, steadier, calmer, and ready to meet the day with unshakable composure. Now it is your turn. Which of these practices spoke most deeply to you? Was it the reminder of mortality at sunrise, the quiet of early silence, or the courage of tiny morning victories? Share your thoughts in the comments. I would love to know which Stoic ritual you will begin with tomorrow. And if you found value in these reflections, don't let this be the end. Subscribe to the channel and join a community that is learning to grow stronger, clearer, and freer with each day. This is only the beginning of your Stoic path. The next sunrise is waiting. Sunrise.